All right, it is 3:50 p.m. here where I am, and it is day 3 of the live stream. We're going through the Khan Academy materials. Uh, Basically, what I'm doing right now is trying to give commentary that I think it would be useful for people who are taking the test, based on what's actually like the ground reality on like test taking day, because I feel like a lot of times people give a lot of advice, teachers give a lot of advice without like remembering what it was like back in the day when they were actually having to take the test and dealing with all that uncertainty. Now I'm sure many teachers try to keep up with that feeling, and I'm just one of them. So you get to hear just my opinions on what I think really works in test taking conditions, as I, at least with the little authority that I have, given the scores that I have. We have some good stuff coming out in the Discord channel. So I want to actually share some of the thoughts, at least in the chat here, so that anyone who comes in later into the stream can kind of sort of like follow along. So give me a second right now. Let me just paste in some useful ideas. The first one I'm looking forward. Oh, right. So it's this idea of how you should watch these streams. Let me just edit it a bit. Oh, and it's too long. Even that's too long. Okay, so I just left that in the chat. I assume that other people will be able to see this in the chat when they come in, so I'll just leave it there. But yeah, the main idea right now is that I don't think anyone really needs to watch an entire like 2 hours of just me like going through a test. I don't think that makes any sense. I think what makes sense is you just watch as much as you need to like learn something that I do that's different from the way you do it and is interesting enough that you want to try it. Ideally, you want to try it like right away, like today. So go ahead and try it. Go take a break, stop listening to me, and like test it out on like 1 or 2 passages, and then maybe you can even come back if I'm still online and then ask me questions about it. I think that's probably a more productive way of doing this stream. One other way, obviously, which was so obvious to me that I kind of forgot to even mention it, was that you can just ask me questions about things that are on your mind as well. As long as it's not super random, then I'll do my best to just address your concerns. It's one of the benefits of being a very not famous streamer. I can just like talk to everybody, so that's something I can work with. Yeah. Also, I'm kind of curious if anybody thinks there's anything they would like me to sort of cover. If you guys want some sort of commentary on something else, let me know what that is, and I'll be willing to at least consider. Okay. Just checking on some things right now, and I think we can get started. All right, so now I lost my place. I need to go find my my assignments. All right, here we are. A social science passage. All right, let's do this. And just let me make sure that the audio is not being weird. Yeah, it's not, right? Okay, cool. So, yesterday, I got through question 1. I didn't really finish the rest of this passage. So I'm going to go through questions 2 through 11, basically from memory of my passage. I'm going to try to, I'm not in the best of conditions today because I had a friend's birthday party that I went to yesterday, and that kind of wrecked me. But I think even still, even despite my less than ideal conditions, I'll still be able to like get through most of this with some confidence. So let's see what happens. So let me just double check on the audio situation right now. You guys can probably, okay. You know what, I'll work with this for now. So questions 2 and 3, here we go. Paired questions, we encourage you to. Simple, yeah. So this is, I've talked a lot about this in the previous day, so I'm gonna skip all my explanations for now. Short version is I don't think it's worth your time to actually like reword everything. I don't think you should take that like by the letter. Okay, the author anticipates which of the following objections to criticizing the ethics of free markets. It could be greedy, right? Isn't that one of the things? Which objection to criticizing the ethics are, I think D might be the right one, because that's kind of an interesting, this question is actually a little weirdly worded, I think, but which of the following objections, so this is an objection, so it's a negative of a negative, the objection to a criticizing of the ethics of free markets. And like in my map in my head, I don't really exactly remember when we talked about objections to criticisms, like it's kind of confusing. But I did do a quick scan. It looks like D is the right answer. Let me just go through these one by one. Seems not like atopical. High profits is atopical. Devalue currency. Okay, so you know what? D is the one thing that actually does come out, because this is in the bottom. I think the bottom left. This is the thing that actually does come out in this in the passage. Everything else doesn't. It's kind of a weird question, honestly. It's not a very typical question to come out like that. But there's going to be this thing. Here. Some argue that because the free markets allow personal choice, they are already ethical. See, they are already ethical is a negation of the ethicality, ethicalness, right? So it's like that's what makes this question a little weird. And I don't know honestly if this level of weirdness is the kind of thing that SAT really should be testing for, but. Anyway, those are my answers, D and A. D is correct, and A is correct. And I just remembered that. I remembered that one argument about how basically, like when I saw D, I remembered, that helped me remember that actually was there in the passage, that the ethics of economics is based on the idea of free choice. Yeah, I've remembered that passage. Here we go. Let's go and see what Khan Academy
In the
says.
passage, the author anticipates which of the following objections to criticizing the ethics of free markets. Okay, so we're looking at two questions at once here, because the first one is an analyzing arguments question, but the second one is a citing textual evidence question, right? It says which choice provides the best evidence for the answer to the previous question. And when I see that phrasing, which choice provides evidence for the previous question's answer, that gives me a signal that I can do two at once. I can use the answer to 3 to help me find the answer to 2. So my plan for this question is I'm going to rip wrap. I'm going to rephrase if possible and then go back to the text, read around and predict. But I'm going to read around and predict using these 4 different line citations to help narrow down my choices. So okay, question 2. Let's rephrase this first, the R in rip. In the passage, the author anticipates which of the following objections to criticizing the ethics of free markets. That feels a little complicated to me. Let me break that down and rephrase it. So we've got an objection to criticizing the ethics of free markets. So someone is saying free markets are unethical, and someone else is objecting to the idea that free markets are unethical. So, and the author is ready for it. The author has anticipated an objection. My interpretation of this question is, how does the author argue that free markets are ethical? I'm going to phrase that as free markets are good, actually. So that's my rephrasing. And as I go through the choices, the line citation set up in question 3, I'm going to test those choices against this rephrasing. Free markets are good, actually. And I'm going to test that against first lines 4.
Okay, I should make a comment now because yesterday I spent a lot of time talking about how you don't want to bother kind of wasting your time rephrasing the question. But this is one of those questions where actually you would strongly benefit from rephrasing the question. I personally think this kind of weirdly double negation kind of phrased question is not common enough on the SAT to make it like a key part of your, like a keystone of your SAT strategy. I don't know if rephrasing the question should really be the central approach for your overall SAT strategy. I think it wastes too much time in the macro level. But when you do have a question that's like hard to understand, I think at that point, you probably should rephrase it, especially if there's things like double negatives. That said, I really don't think the double negatives come out that often. So take this with a grain, like just be careful. So on the one hand, I gotta admit that I was maybe making too much of a blanket dismissal yesterday of how much of a waste of time it seemed. But it did seem like a waste of time for those examples that I was talking about yesterday. But now that I see this example today, and now that I imagine the possibility of having an extremely confusing sounding question, in the future, I can say for those confusing questions that are worded weirdly, yeah, you should use the rip wrap, especially the rip part where you rephrase. What does the RIP stand for? I forgot. But rephrase if possible or something like that. But yeah, go ahead and rephrase it in your own words. If it's just like double negatives and all that stuff. Now, I did mention this yesterday too, but you also want to, this is not exactly the same as rephrasing, but you also want to separate different parts of the question if there are multiple parts, and you want to think of them independently so that you don't confuse yourself by blending them all into one big mush. So that kind of example has not come out yet in the streams that I've done so far in the last 3 days, but when it comes out, I'll point out what I mean.
It's 4 through 5. So some to ethical. Here's line 4. Some argue that because the free markets allow for personal choice, they are already ethical. Okay, argue that because the free markets allow for personal choice. Kind of feels like it does say free.
Oh, interesting. So this approach of using the line references to find the answer to the previous one, I've seen students do this. I don't recommend it generally because my general recommendation is if you're aiming for a 1600 or 800 on the EBRW, you want to basically have a robust enough map that says that lights up for you whenever you read a question or a question stem. Like if I read question 2, in the passage, the author anticipates which of the following objections, blah, 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 blah. Then in my map, I have like these 2 columns from the passage. And basically, is it at the top left, bottom left, top right, bottom right? Like what part of this map actually, or what part of the passage does the answer to this question arise? From what part of the passage does this answer arise? You're kind of failing if your map doesn't light up. Okay, if you don't know what part of the passage it came from, you're not at the 800 level. So you got to improve your ability to read the passage and actually know what the structure is and where the different types of arguments came out. Like you just have to know that by the time you're even reading the questions. I bet that there are some people out there in the world who are not amazing readers and can somehow brute force their way through like, reverse engineering all the answers. I bet, some people like that exist. I just don't think that's a long-term sustainable plan. Good luck trying to do that on the LSAT, where you basically have to do the critical reading passage. You have to do these reading passages in half the time. It's a whole different game. So like, I don't know. I don't think there's any. I don't think you can avoid it. You should be trying to read the passage and building up a robust map of it. So I do not recommend this sort of reverse engineered approach where you're sort of brute forcing, hey, is it A, is it B, is it C, is it D, and double checking all the lines, and then getting your answer. I don't think that's the best way.
Hey, free markets are good. Actually, I'm going to put a start here. This might be our answer, and later we'll expose the choices for question 2 and the test against them. But meanwhile, let's return to the passage and see if the other choices match our free markets are good, actually, rephrase it even better. So line 7 through 9, followed by 18 to 19. Here's line 7. But before we can label any market outcome as immoral or sneer at economists who try to put a price on being ethical, we need to be clear on what we are talking about. Okay, so this is making a case for creating definitions about what ethics are, rather than saying X is moral or Y is immoral. So I'm going to say that doesn't match. Free markets are good, actually. So line 18 to 19. Smith to outcome. Here we are. Here's line 18. Smith justifies selfish behavior.
And notice how long this, even if you skip all the words, even if you skip all the verbalizing, I think just going back and forth like this would take you at least a minute to just be like, to process in your own thinking, like, is this what I was looking for? Because what that means is basically you don't know what you're looking for. So because you don't know what you're looking for, you're in this horribly compromised position. You're going to be brute forcing. And like I said yesterday, you better have a damn good reason if you're brute forcing. Like, for 95% of the times, okay, when you end up brute forcing, when you want to be brute forcing something, when you're forced to be brute forcing something, you should instead just circle it, make a tentative answer, or like a guess, a temporary answer, and then move on, and then come back to it later when you have time, okay? Because brute forcing is a huge time suck.
Behavior by the outcome. That has nothing to do with free markets. I'm going to cross off C, I'm going to cross off B. Finally, choice D, lines 43 to 45, when to weigh. There's line 40, 41, 42, 43, when to weigh. Here we go. When a finance official refuses to devalue a currency because they have promised not to, they are defining ethics this way. This does not sound like it has anything to do with free markets or objections to them. So I'm going to cross off D. So now, I'm pretty sure
that is a lot of work.
Because the only thing that has anything to do with
so much work.
So let's expose the choices. What do we got here? A. Smith's association of free markets with ethical behavior still applies today. I'm going to cross that off because the line citation we got high profit, so ethics are a secondary off.
I'm going to just skip
good, actually. So individuals to make choice. Some argue that because free markets allow for personal choice, they are already pretty much exactly what's being stated. So first, I rephrased this slug line. Free markets use it as a prediction choice that defended free markets as good. And once I found that, I knew it would be short work to return to question 2, expose the choices, and find something that match its own evidence. Because what can happen on the test is you will see things like choice C, where it brings up devalued currency, right? Which is something that was indeed in the passage, but has no bearing on this particular question. What I like about this strategy is it makes me feel confident about both of these answers because
So, dude, yeah. I have so many reservations about this particular recommendation. Because the thing is, the devalued currency thing, that would actually, I feel like using this strategy would make you more likely to choose the devalued currency thing, because what you end up doing is you're not actually focusing on the question of number 2. What you're doing is you're just looking at line references, and you're probably in real time pressure. I mean, if you're like 100% on top of your game and you're super alert of everything and you're like 100% present, you are like your chakra is good and everything. Like, yeah, maybe you won't, but real test taking conditions demand so much from you that it's so easy to make a mistake. And so basically this strategy has you like digging your nose into the line references and looking for words that will help you. But when that happens, then it's very easy to get like thrown off by, devalued currency, these two work together. And you're kind of losing track of the question itself. In my experience, that's what happens. In my observations of what happens with students, that's what happens. Okay, when you're just looking at the answer choices and you're reverse engineering back up to the question, you let me know if that's not actually what happens for you. Because I'm a little skeptical, but I'd be willing to change my mind if I hear some evidence to the contrary. But again, I don't feel good about this strategy.
Because they both feed into each other, and the feelings of confidence and of decisiveness are two of the most powerful tools you can bring with you on test day.
I do agree with that last sentence, though. Confidence. For some of you guys who are particularly strong in the sciences and math, and who are watching this EBRW stream to improve on your sort of literacy skills, you guys will tend to have a bias towards towards like purely rationalistic thinking, but the test is not a purely rational exercise. It's a psychological exercise, and so you have to do whatever increases your confidence. That's the most important thing. You must not do no matter how smart this teacher is who is telling you to do X or Y or Z, no matter how smart this classmate is who's telling you that she does X or Y or Z, right? If you do it and it drops your confidence, you should not do it. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. Okay, the psychological cost is far larger than some sort of like loss of coherence with some sort of rational model. Okay, the psychological cost is so much bigger. So make sure you don't. Make sure you listen to yourself in those cases. Okay, nothing's changed here with the tips. I'm just going to move on. As used in the third sentence, embraced most nearly means. Weird that there's no like line reference here, but okay, let's go. Oops, just awkwardly zoomed in, but let me just zoom in a little bit so you know where I'm looking. Okay. We have embraced, some argue they're already ethical, others have embraced, they've accepted the critique and accepted corporate social responsibility. Okay, so they have, readily, by the way, guys, this stream is not about me explaining every single answer. It's more about the process. So if you want the actual explanation to these answers, just go ahead and listen to SolKhan, or to listen to Khan Academy's explanations. They're good. They're good explanations. So the explanations are totally fine. I'm more focused right now on how to get the answer in real time.
As used in line 6, embraced most nearly means what? You'll notice I've covered up the choices here because this is a words and phrases in context question. And what I want to do for it is find the word as it's being used in context and then make a prediction about what I think its meaning is, and then test that prediction against choices. This is an elegant, fast way to do it. I'm going to show you two methods for taking on questions like these. So let's look for the word embraced on line 6 and see how it's being used. Okay, here we are. Starts on line 5. Others have accepted the ethical critique and embraced corporate social responsibility. So embraced literally means HUD, but that's not what's happening here. I'm going to say the way that it's being used in that context means said yes to. So I'm going to cross out embraced and write said yes to. And then let's expose the choices and see if anything matches said yes to. Alright, so we've got lovingly held. Again, not a literal hug. D, readily adopted. That could be. Readily adopted kind of feels like said yes to. Eagerly hugged. No, it's not a literal physical hug. Or D, reluctantly used. Well, there's no reluctance in saying yes to something with the context of embrace. So it is indeed readily adopted.
That was perfect. One thing I always say is, in my classes, I always say, use the easiest possible words that are like natural and idiomatic for you in place of the original word, okay? And a lot of kids think that they have to use like SAT synonyms. Don't try to predict the answer, okay? Just rephrase it in what's as natural of a language as can be for you. So using super simple words like said yes to is actually a great habit to build. So yes, this is the kind of thing you should be doing.
Something you picked up readily, meaning like willingly or enthusiastically. So that's my first option. If you saw how quickly that went. But
and just maybe because my reasoning is implicit, but I should make it explicit. The reason for that, by the way, is because you want to reduce your cognitive load. You don't want to be stressing yourself out more by trying to predict the difficult SAT word. Don't do that, man. You don't have the time for it. Simplify. Okay.
But let's imagine that I didn't have a good prediction, or my prediction didn't work. So now the second way that we test the choices is we plug the choices back into the context to see if they make sense. So instead of embracing the context in line 6, we say, others have embraced the ethical critique and lovingly held corporate social responsibility, which doesn't really work for me. Or we can say, others have accepted the ethical critique and readily adopted corporate social responsibility. That makes sense to me. If I weren't already sure that would be the answer, that would make me feel certain. What are the other ones? So others have reluctantly used corporate social responsibility, and those don't make the same kind of sense as readily adopted. So those are the two methods I would recommend to you. The one that I find fast is when you go directly to the text, come up with your own definition, and then test that definition against the other options. But if your prediction doesn't work the way you hoped it did, then just take the choices and plug them back into the context. So wherever it says.
Okay, so this is a rehashing of the previous, of yesterday's vocab and context example, but I just want to tell you, like line for line, exactly what I do. As used in line 6, embraced most nearly means, and then I do not look at A, B, C, D. Okay, what I do is after reading the question stem, I go back to line 6, okay? And what I do is when I read this question, when I read this sentence, okay, I don't only I don't only replace the word embraced, I specifically try to replace the word embraced within the sentence in as natural of a language as possible. Okay, so in this case, let me just use said yes to. I think that's actually pretty good. I said the word accepted, and I think accepted also works. It's very, they accepted the critique and accepted responsibility. Perfect. Okay, so you can use either, but the big difference that I think, I think actually in the Khan Academy teacher is actually saying basically the same thing, and maybe even he himself actually does it this way, but he's just not saying it out loud, is I don't only replace the word embraced and change it to like said yes to. I keep the whole phrase imprinted in my mind. What I mean by the whole phrase is before the subjects and verbs and the objects and whatever before and after that verb. For example, I would say others have accepted corporate social responsibility, or others have accepted the responsibility. I'll keep that in my mind. So then if I have this phrase, others have accepted the responsibility in my mind, then I can come back to others have accepted lovingly held the responsibility. Others have accepted readily adopted the responsibility. Others have accepted eagerly hugged the responsibility, right? And I can just do those quick comparisons without having to look back at the passage, okay? So you want the imprint of the grammatical structure of that sentence in your head. You don't want to only merely replace the word embraced. You want to keep the whole region around that word with you when you're making this prediction. And that's the one clarification I want to make. Okay, just double checking if anyone's asking any questions. Looks like not, so we're going to keep going. Hang on, let me just, I'm going to take a quick break to deal with some administrative matters, so give me 1 second. All right, so now we're getting back into it. Thanks for waiting. Question 5, analyze purpose. It's interesting that so far there's been nothing really specific to social science, So I'm just noticing that. I'm waiting on the tips to come out that are kind of more relevant to social science, but we'll see what happens. The main purpose of paragraph 5 is to. Okay, let's look at paragraph 5, because I don't remember this. Oh, there's yet another approach. This is, this is the third idea. Okay, I'm done. I think, yo, I just know. Yeah, because yet another means that there's a third. I mean, and I remember that transition from yesterday. You know, I read it like 24 hours ago. Let's look at the video.
The main purpose of the fifth paragraph from lines 38 to 47 is to what? I'm using the same strategy I've been using throughout and covering up the choices so that I can force myself to make predictions about what I think the answer is going to be. So I'm going to rephrase it possible and then read around and predict. So rephrasing this question, the main purpose of the fifth paragraph is what? So I'm going to rephrase that as, what is the author trying to get at? What is the author trying to achieve with the fifth paragraph? So let's go over to the text and see if we can make a prediction. Oh, and I wrote down here during the during the question survey that I wrote 5 years ago. This is question 5, also paragraph 5. And I wrote in the margin, focus on actions. And taking a quick look, I want to expose the line numbers. Taking a quick look at the first line, it introduces this new idea. There's yet another approach. And I've written in the side, focus on actions. So I think that what this paragraph is doing, what the author wants to do here is introduce this focus on the actions. We can focus on our actions themselves instead of reading ethics in character, which is our Greek idea, or the consequences of actions, which is from Smith. We can focus on our actions themselves. Okay, so I'm going to say the purpose of this fifth paragraph here is to introduce a new idea, a third way. So I'm going to write down a prediction. The main purpose of the fifth paragraph is to introduce a third way of thinking about ethical economics. So let's take a look at these choices now. So the main purpose is to develop a counter argument to claim that greed is good. That doesn't match our prediction. Choice B provides support to the idea that ethics is about character. We know that's a different paragraph. Cross that one off. C describes a third approach to defining ethical economics. There we go. Matches our prediction. Let's see what D is. If D is even stronger. All right. So D says the main purpose of the fifth paragraph is to illustrate that one's actions are a result of one's character. Okay, not really. I think the fifth paragraph is about actions, and the previous paragraph is about character. But this choice doesn't match our prediction. Right? Our prediction is that it's going to introduce a third way. I'm going to say I want to encourage you to trust your prediction and don't get distracted by choices that sound kind of interesting, kind of plausible. I can't tell you how many.
Yo, I agree with everything here.
Students we see making mistakes by just reading the question and then reading the choices and choosing the one that sounds the best. So many students get so many questions wrong by approaching them like that. The best thing that you can do to guard against choosing wrong choices is to arm yourself with a prediction. It might feel like it takes longer than.
Totally agree. The best thing, I'm going to reuse, I think this is Sal Khan's explanation. I'm going to reuse Khan Academy's explanation, okay? Or I'm going to just reuse his wording. The best way to arm yourself against these questions is to have a prediction. I think I even used the exact same metaphor of like weaponry, like yesterday.
It's longer than just looking at the question and the answer, but it actually doesn't. When you have a strong prediction, you don't have to waste time considering each choice and giving each choice the benefit of the doubt. Come up with a prediction and then test against it.
Yes,
The
completely
purpose of the fifth
agree.
paragraph from lines 38 to 47 is to what?
Okay, just moving on. There's nothing else to say about, nothing controversial, nothing to add. Clashes most nearly means. All right, well, let's look. Well, it almost means conflicts or mismatch. Not collisions or brawls. Conflicts or mismatches, okay? Like, I already kind of know, but but I don't really remember the exact words around it, so I need to double check. Paragraph 6, man, dude, where's the line references? These questions are like suspiciously not SAT-like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay, yeah. The dilemmas. All right. So these are moral clashes, moral dilemmas, moral dilemmas or clashes between these three sort of views on the ethics, right? Conflicts. Oh, mismatches. Ooh, that's awkward. Hang on. Let me just double check. Conflicts are not conflict is more idiomatic. My gut feeling says conflicts just because that's the first word I think I would have said on my own. But like these moral dilemmas, these conflicts are not inevitable. These mismatches, right? They're not matching each other. Okay, there's this idea here that they can kind of match each other, but it's not matching each other. They're overlapping. They're common. It's a different metaphor. So, yeah. Honestly, when it's like that, a lot of times your gut feeling can lead you astray. So I'm like 90% sure I'm correct, so let's just double check. But before I even double check, I just want to say this, okay? Sometimes, guys, your understanding of how to use a word is just not idiomatic. You know, you might know the definition of it. You might even use it occasionally correctly, but then you might also occasionally use it incorrectly. That's not a definitional thing. It's not a knowledge thing per se. It's the way you use it. Are you using it in the way that conventionally, you know, we sort of are permitted to use it, that we typically would use it? You know, sometimes you just haven't read enough. Sometimes you just haven't heard that word enough to just know what's natural, okay? The best solution to this is not to go into a dictionary and just memorize vocabulary, okay? Not to memorize the definitions, but to go into the examples and then just keep imagining different sentences with the same word and keep asking yourself, is it natural to use this word in this sentence? Okay, that's how you improve on it. You can't do this in one day. You can't do this in 1 week. All right. Yeah, correct, right? I'm correct. So we're good. Man, this check thing really messes me up. It's an ongoing plague. All right, let's look at this. I don't think this video is going to be terribly interesting, but it's also only 2 minutes, so.
As used in line 49, clashes most nearly means blank. Cool. This is a vocabulary question. I'm going to...
Let me see if maybe if I do full screen, it's less finicky. Let's go through this.
Used in line 49, clashes most nearly means blank. Cool. This is a vocabulary question. I'm going to cover up our answers again, and I'm going to hop right over into the passage and make a prediction about what I think clashes means in context. Once I've done that, I'm going to take my prediction and I'm going to check it against all the other answer choices. And the answer choice that best reflects my prediction is the answer I'm going to choose. So let's take a look at clashes in context. Here's line 45, there's 50, here's 49. Okay, see clashes. Let me read the sentence. But many moral dilemmas arise when these three versions pull in different directions, but clashes are not inevitable. Okay, so three versions are talking about the three different ways set up in the passage how economics can be ethical. Clashes are not inevitable. Okay, so clash literally means like a fight or a collision. Okay, so clashes aren't inevitable. How about conflicts or disagreements? Let's take that to the trick. So with that working definition in mind, let me write it down. I'm going to say conflict or disagreement. That's what I think it means here. So let's expose the answer choices. Hey, look at that. We got conflict right there. I should say, I didn't know that conflicts was an option. I really set up these so I could do it for the first time. But even if I hadn't come up with conflict as my prediction, other predictions could have gotten here. Notice how disagreements could have also got this answer. Mismatches could work. Let's save it and see if we can knock out the other two. Collisions, C, and brawls, D. Now these are both literal fights, so I can check those off. So we're talking about the way that three ideas fight with each other, but they're not literally, punching each other. It's not physical collision. So we're looking for a figurative use. Mismatches is tempting, but matching is really about pairs. We're looking at disagreements among three things, right? Three different ways of thinking about economics. And we're looking for something that most nearly means the same thing. So again, I covered the answers, I make a prediction about what the word use means in context, and I bring that prediction back to the answer choices so that I can make my final selection.
Yeah. And this really depends on your idiomatic usage of these words. So if you're weak on these questions, it's not your logical, it's not your reasoning abilities that are weak, it's your usage that's weak. Go and learn to use these words better. Especially the more common the words are, the better you better learn how to use them. Oh, so let me turn this thing off. Pause on all sites until tomorrow. Good. So yeah, that's just the Chrome extension I have to help me learn Chinese. Moving on. Is this quotation doing the thing that the question wants it to do? Oh, okay, I guess this kind of works. Okay, which choice best supports the claim that there is common ground shared between... Now, do you need to rephrase this? I don't find the wording of this particularly complicated, so I don't know if you need to rephrase anything. You just find that one bit about the common ground, and then there's paragraph 6. No, paragraphs... Buying it might have... Yeah. So this is consequences, virtue, and also action. This is all three. So, and that was paragraph 6, and we know paragraph 6 is the right answer, honestly, because this question, clashes are not inevitable, right? That's like the topic sentence of that one paragraph, and then this is literally in that same paragraph, it's the example. So, these questions are a little too easy, man. All right, moving on.
This question looks like it's going to be asking us to cite some textual evidence. Let's take a look. Which choice best supports the author's claim that there is common ground shared by the different approaches to ethics described in the passage? Right, common ground, that. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rephrase if possible. Already written. That's the first phase, right? Written, then rephrase if possible, and then read around and predict. So rephrasing if possible. Really, I want to circle on the idea of common ground. Where is common ground found between the three different approaches to ethics in the passage? Let's just go to these different line citations and do our little common ground test. Literally, I think we're going to say, is there a phrase equivalent to common ground in each of these? Okay, so lines 10 to 11, 40, 42, 49, 54, and 63, 65. So 10 to 11 first. Their decision. There are different views on what ethics should apply when someone makes an economic decision. Nothing to do with common ground. Okay, next one. 40, 42. From this perspective, some things are right, some wrong. We should buy fair trade goods. We shouldn't tell lies and advertisements. Again, nothing to do with common ground. Lines 49 to 54. As you can see. Take and market. Okay, take fair trade coffee. Coffee that is sold with certification indicates farmers and workers prepare to pay fair wage. For example, buying it might have good consequences. People also be the right way to act in the market. So each of these represents one of the different ideas from the passage. And then the next sentence is a common ground like this, suggesting that everyone right to apply economics is possible. Also, I think that's our answer. On test day, if finding answer like that, just select it immediately and move on. There's no value in being decisive. Finding the answer that's very evident like this and just moving forward. For our purposes here for this instructionally, I am going to value our choice. But let's check. The last one, this is definitely a strong contender. It literally says common ground in that sense. Line 63, 65. We do facts. We behave like a herd. We fear losses when we hope for gains. Rarely can our brain process all relevant facts. Let's read around the chunk and look for things that have the phrase common ground. Most people, economists, now accept this economic definition. Okay, so most economists agreeing is definitely common ground, right? It's commonly recognized that economic man is efficient and react irrationally, but it's not common ground.
I think my main problem right now with this is it's honestly just too much work to get the right answer if you're doing it this way. And this is very similar to the criticism I've already raised basically all day today and yesterday. So I'm not going to elaborate too much today, but yeah, I think I've seen enough. And you guys know, you guys should know what my position is. If you don't and you're watching this, you can just ask me and I'll say it again. But if you're seeing this at a later time, you might want to go and review my video from yesterday. The main idea of the final paragraph. Now let me try to remember it, because I literally read the whole thing yesterday. The final paragraph is when we talk about how the sort of revolution, the behavioral science revolution in economics actually might point to like an evidence-based approach to ethics, something like that. Okay, so the main idea of the final paragraph is that we might be able to use behavioral sciences to like make better ethical choices. That's C. Wow. Check. Done. Guys, I don't know how to. I don't like. I feel like for some of you guys, you might literally not believe me when I say I did not read this passage again. I did not reread this passage again. I literally saw it for the first time yesterday. I read it yesterday, and I just knew the correct answer in 5-10 seconds. Right? I just knew it. And I don't know. I know because I know that some of you guys have get your mind blown when you see this, because I've seen this happen with my students in Korea when I've shown them videos of me doing this, okay? But it's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. You need to work on your reading, okay? If you can't do what I'm doing right now, you need to work on your reading. You stop with this stupid process elimination, like these little tricks of how to deal with the ABCDs, right? Work on the reading. Now, if you don't, now obviously when there's only 3 or 4 days left, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to make dramatic improvements. But I want you to really just do 2 basic things. Okay? When you read the blurb, make predictions. What kind of thing do I expect to come out? Your predictions will 80% of the time they will be wrong. That's fine. It's better to be wrong than to not make a prediction at all, because when you are wrong, it actually helps you remember what is right even better, okay? So make predictions. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when you read, so you're done reading the passage, you've corrected all your predictions along the way, and so you should have a better map of the passage now, okay? So when you now go into the questions one by one, make a prediction. Take a breath. The main idea of the final paragraph is that. And then make a damn prediction, okay? If you need to, go and scan the passage if you need to, okay? Like scan, not scan, cancel, okay? You're not scanning the passage. Go and confirm your prediction by jumping to the part of the passage that you are pretty sure the answer is, okay? If you're scanning, you're wasting time because you already read it, so why are you scanning again? Go and jump to the part that you're pretty sure the answer is and confirm your prediction. And then come back, and once you've confirmed your prediction, or if your prediction turned out to be wrong, once you've adjusted your prediction, come up with your revised prediction and use it to look at A, B, C, and D and find the right answer, okay? So, what are my 2 tips again? Okay, this is again these 2 things by themselves are not gonna improve your reading like in the next 5 days, but it'll start forcing you to understand how good or bad your reading actually is. After you read the blurb, make predictions. When you read a question stem, make predictions. That's all you need to do.
All right, so here we have a main idea question. We'll often see questions like this, and they'll ask us about main or central ideas and themes. The main idea of the final paragraph is that, and you don't get to see what it says, I'm covering it up, because you and I are going to take a little jaunt over to the final paragraph. So first let's rephrase the question, what's the main idea of the final paragraph, and then let's head on over to the final paragraph, read around, and make some predictions. Then we'll take that prediction back to the answer choices and see what we get. Right, here we go, final paragraph. These human quirks mean that we can never make purely rational decisions. A new wave of behavioral economists, aided by neuroscientists, is trying to understand our psychology, both alone and in groups, so they can anticipate our decisions in the marketplace more accurately. But psychology can also help us understand why we react in disgust at economic injustice, or accept that moral law is universal, which means that the relatively new science of human behavior might also define ethics for us. Ethical economics would then emerge from one of the least likely places, economists themselves. Okay, so by sheer bulk of sentences, behavioral economists and neuroscientists are mentioned a lot, and the science of psychology is mentioned a lot in this paragraph. So my guess is going to be that the answer will have something to do with how behavioral economists or neuroscientists or psychologists are going to be developing new ways of understanding ethical behavior in business or in economics generally. And that's further supported by the idea that we keep on seeing words like new and emerge and might happen, suggesting that whatever is going to take place in the future. Let's go back. Let's expose the answers. The main idea of the final paragraph is A, human quirks works make it difficult to predict people's ethical decisions accurately. Okay, that reminds me of the first sentence of the paragraph. I don't know if I call that the main idea, but that's not wrong per se. B, people universally react with disgust when faced with economic injustice. That is,
Hang on,
again,
what was his prediction?
specific line that's mentioned.
Let me just
that's the main idea.
go and
I'm not
double
talking
check.
either A or B ethical behavior in business or in economics generally. So my guess is going to be that the answer will have something to do with how behavioral economists or neuroscientists or psychologists are going to be developing new ways of understanding ethical behavior in business or in economics generally. And that's further supported by the idea that words like new and emerge and might happen, suggesting that whatever is going to take place in the future. Let's go back. Let's expose the answers.
Yeah, the only comment I would have is that prediction is fine, but if Saul Khan actually had taken this test in real test-taking conditions, he probably wouldn't have reread that whole paragraph. He probably would have just glanced at it and be like, oh yeah, that's what that's about. He would have remembered it immediately and he would have just made his prediction and he would have moved on. And I'm saying, I just trust that he actually would have done it that way, because I think that's how everyone would have done it. Everyone who gets a perfect score or close to perfect score would have done it that way. They're not going to go back and scan everything.
The main idea of the final paragraph is A, human quirks make it difficult to predict people's ethical decisions accurately. Okay, that reminds me of the first sentence of the paragraph. I don't know if I call that the main idea. That's not wrong per se. B, people universally react with disgust when faced with economic injustice.
I should be careful. I said everybody, but this is the internet. There's always going to be somebody who doesn't do it that way. So I'm going to just say I'm extremely confident that 90% or more of people who get perfect scores tend to just know what the passage is about, okay?
Economic injustice. That is, again, an individual thing that's a specific line that's mentioned, but I don't think that's the main idea either. I'm not crossing either A or B off quite yet, but they do seem a little bit too narrow to be the main point of an entire paragraph. These seem like summations of individual sentences. Additionally, they seem to have very little to do with the future or my prediction, so I'm probably going to cross them off of it. C, understanding human psychology may help to define ethics and economics. That to me seems like the closest to our prediction, that the main idea of this paragraph is going to be about psychology and its impact on ethics and economics in the future. Or finally, D, economists themselves will be responsible.
All right, I think that's good enough. Let's move to 9 and 10. Just double checking if anyone's jumping in. Okay, we've got no one jumping in right now, so no questions. Let's move on. Quantitative information. So here we have a graph. Title, label, vertical, horizontal. So you got to know how to read a graph, and if you're not good at reading graphs right now, then you should go look at a lot of graphs. You need to go get used to them. Okay, so taking like an econ class or some social science classes, and just going through your textbook even, and just like looking at the graphs and trying to parse what they mean really quickly. I think just that's the basic practice you need. Okay, I wouldn't necessarily trust like the graphs that come out in like Princeton Review or Barron's or whatever, because sometimes they draw up these very strange graphs that would that require a lot of creative work to try to figure out what they mean. And so I try to focus more on like the bread and butter, normal looking graphs. Okay. Now on the SAT, every once in a while you do get something that's a little weirder, okay, a little more creative, but you shouldn't base your entire study strategy based on like the 1% of really strange ones, okay? And usually they're not even crazy strange. The ones that I've seen in like the test prep books are way stranger than the ones that I've seen on like QAS. So yeah, go through your textbooks, learn to break down some graphs as fast as possible. Per pound coffee profits. Dude, it has this amazing poetic. The data in the graph about per pound coffee profits in Tanzania. It's sort of poetic, man. This question. Sorry, I'm just very distracted. Let's focus. Data in the graph about per pound coffee profits in Tanzania most strongly support which of the following statements? Okay, so the main thing is, before I even look at the statements, because if I look at the statements, I'm going to have to think about 4 different things at the same time. I'm going to go to the graph, and I'm going to basically make some observations about some prominent things in that graph. Now, the crazy thing is I can almost remember my observations. I remember that there's basically the fair trade price is basically fixed, and with barely any variation over like the last like decade or so, right? And then the sort of market price kind of dips and then comes back up and all that stuff. And there's also large pay gap, okay? We pay a lot, the profits are much higher when we pay the fair trade coffee. So B is wrong. So you know what, I'm gonna do this from memory. Let's see if I can do this from memory. What? Yo, this is so easy, man. What? I don't even need to read the others. B, C, D. I just read A. I'm like, dude, that's so obvious. Like, well, I'm not. Oh my god, these questions are too easy, man. We need to challenge me a little bit more. Okay, so I'm right now. I'm 9 for 9. Okay. Greatest difference. So I need to see the biggest gap. So I'm looking for the biggest gap. So let's find the biggest, because I'm not going to remember that. I mean, I literally read that yesterday. Yeah, so 2002 and 2004. That's where we had the biggest gap. Okay, done. And this is the what do you call
These
it?
two questions are going together because they both ask about the graph but not the passage. So question 9 asks, data in the graph about per pound coffee profits in Tanzania most strongly support which of the following statements?
Whoa. I heard something that was deeply upsetting. Now, I'm being nitpicky, and Khan Academy probably doesn't mean it in the way I am going to misinterpret it, okay? But that's nature of, some of you hardworking students, you will sometimes interpret these things the wrong way. So there's one phrase that was there that was very dangerous that I heard. Can you guess what that was? Here, I'll go replay it.
These two questions are going to do together because they both ask about the graph but not the passage. So question 9 asks, data in the graph about per pound.
Did you hear what they said? What he said? It's about the graph but not about the passage. Now, face value, that's true. It's about the graph. It's not about the text in the passage. However, typically, now this particular graph is a little unusual, but it's not typical. But typically, the graphs contain information that interacts with some of the arguments or some of the data points in the passage itself. Okay, and I think that is cognitively more complex. It takes more intellectual work to get through a graph like that, because you're now comparing and contrasting. Are you seeing? You're double checking. Does this graph support what they were saying? Does this graph undermine what they were saying? You have to kind of go through that for most graphs. I think the example passages that we're using for this Khan Academy run through are not like the sort of. I mean, they're pretty good. They're better than a lot of the practice tests that you see out in the world when you pay like $20 for a book or whatever. But it's not 100% exactly like what I think of when I think of SAT questions. Okay, and this is one of those reasons. This is one of those cases. The graph really should be interacting more. This is again, by the way, even on the real SAT, it's not 100% always this case, but generally speaking. The graph tends to have some sort of conflict or some sort of supporting relationship with the passage itself. And this one basically doesn't. So you're just kind of reading the graph separately. So what's the dangerous thing here? Guys, when you read the graph and you think, I'm reading the graph, not the passage, and you divide it, you are likely going to increase your probability of getting something wrong because you're separating your thoughts from the passage, okay? And I don't think you should do that. So that's the main thing I want to say.
About per pound coffee profits in Tanzania most strongly support which of the following statements? And then there are a bunch of different interpretations of the graphing. And then question 10 asks, data in the graph indicate that the greatest difference between per pound profits from fair trade coffee and those from regular coffee occurred during which period? So let's do question 9 first. And then before we really look at the questions, let's pop over to the graph real quick and see if anything needs out of us. All right, so here's the graph. The dotted line represents fair trade coffee, the unbroken line represents regular coffee. The y-axis here going up and down is the dollar amount percent.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad that he went to the graph to be let's see what pops out at us.
Pound profit, and then the x-axis going horizontally is year. Now the broken line, the fair trade coffee, is always above regular coffee. So
my AirPod. Give me a sec.
Looks like fair trade coffee always made more profit than regular coffee did between years of 2000 and 2008. The two lines don't cross, and it seems like fair trade coffee's profit remains pretty stable, whereas regular coffee profit seems to wiggle a little bit. So let's go back over to question 9 and see what we're being asked here. So option A, fair trade coffee consistently earned greater profits than regular coffee earned. That feels like it's supported in the graph, right? The broken line is higher, is making more money than the unbroken line. So that could be our key, that could be our answer. But let's keep going and see if we can knock out the rest. The profits earned from regular coffee did not fluctuate. That's not true. Look at it. We saw that it was kind of moving around. The price of regular coffee did kind of fluctuate. Fair trade coffee profits increased between 2004 and 2006. I don't want to check. But fair trade and regular coffee were earning equal profit by 2008. We know that's not true because the lines don't cross. So let's go back to the graph really quickly and see if there's any increase between 2004
you don't need to check C. A is so absolutely right. You don't need to go and check C. You don't need to. You're wasting time if you do. So on the SAT, you have to be in real testing conditions because of the time pressure. You can go and you can go and check every single thing, but Instead, what you're actually going to do is when you have greater than 90% or greater than 95% confidence in an answer, you're just going to move on. You are. Just move on. Okay? Don't be overly obsessive about it. Just move on, man. If you already have 95% confidence, move on. Now, sometimes you'll misplace your confidence. You'll have 95% confidence, but the word that said denigrate, you misread as I can't think of another word, but like you misread as a neutral word or something like that. And you chose it and you were 95% confident because you were looking for a neutral word. And you know what? In those situations, you were overconfident. But does that mean that you have to start being obsessive about choosing, like double checking A and B and C and D every single time? No, because that would be overkill. That would be swinging too far the opposite way. Okay, you just need to tone down your confidence a little. Okay, if you have a habit of reading words in a hurry and just skipping over the actual meaning of those words, then hammer those words back into your brain. Fix that. Okay, and keep listening to your confidence. Okay, if you are overly confident as a trend, then start reducing your confidence. Be a little bit more paranoid than you would be. If you're underconfident as a trend, then maybe you should start making some more gambles. Just you're probably spending too much time doing things that you don't need to be doing.
2004, 2006.
Anyways,
so no.
They're gonna go double check.
So, fair trade coffee consistently earned greater profits than negative coffee. Cool. So all I did there was look at the graph and figure out the story for the day over time.
Yeah, but I'm gonna skip this. Because this is so ridiculously obvious.
There you go. So all I did there was again the same strategy. I identified the precise thing I'm looking for in questions. I was looking for the greatest difference between profits, and I went back to the graph and pulled that interpretation out.
All right, and we're moving on for the last one. Watch the video for tips on this one. It's kind of interesting. Interesting break of parallel structure here. Data in the graph provide most direct support for which idea in the passage that fair trade coffee. So we talk about fair trade coffee as being in the intersection of all three views of ethics. Okay. Ethical economics is still possible. That's basically the correct answer. Yeah, I mean, see, if I look at, did I make my prediction? Data in the graph provide most direct support for which idea in the passage? The idea that fair trade coffee. So fair trade coffee supports the idea that there can be agreement between these conflicting views of ethics. So it's still possible. It's pretty close to that, and the other three are just wrong. So. Yep.
Data in the graph provide the most direct support for which idea in the passage. Okay, so let's take a look at the graph one more time. Okay, so we see that consistently fair trade coffee makes more money than regular coffee does. And we also know from the passage from paragraph 6, beginning here at line 48, that fair trade coffee is brought up as this idea where the three different arguments in the passage find common ground in fair trade coffee because it has good consequences, it is virtuous, and it's also the right way to act in a flawed market. So my prediction for this question is that data in the graph will provide most direct support for that idea in the passage. That there are still places where ethical economics can work and everyone can be happy. Let's uncover the answer choices and take a look.
Passage. I'm going to move on. Wow. Good for this guy. That's amazing. Yeah. Active reading. What is active reading, man? It's crazy how they're speaking to each other 2 years apart from each other. So interesting. I wonder if I could stick my own stream in the comments here. I wonder what happens. Well, Interesting. I mean, that seems a little trolly, so I'm going to move on to my next. How do I get to my next? That's weird. The organization here is totally different from the organization of the. The organization of the assignments, but anyway.
So that's what I'm doing next. I'll see you in the next video.
I guess I'm kind of confused, honestly, by these, but sure. Worked example, science passage part 1, 2. Worked example, history passage. Yo, what the? Just overwhelmed by how different this is from the assignments I gave myself. Okay, let's go to my assignments. Hang on, let's look at past assignments because I think, yeah, I assigned it to myself to do it by yesterday. How to approach a history passage. How to approach a science passage. So I'll just open these up in tabs. Oh, this is the history one? I think this is the history one. All right, so I'm gonna go into the science passage first and then the history afterwards. And I'm gonna try to do both of these today because my next appointment today is at 9 p.m. So I actually have 4 more hours before I have to go. That said, I do need a little bit of a break right now. So let me just put up the break announcement and I'll be back in like less than 5 minutes. Okay. All right. So with today's stream, what can I say? So I'm just looking right now. All right. We just went over the SAT literature passage, the SAT. Sorry, we went so far in the Khan Academy sort of test prep guide. We went over the sort of SAT reading test intro, just general overview stuff. Then we went through their strategies for the literature passage and their strategies for the social science passage. The literature passage actually had a little bit of like literature relevant feedback, like commentary. The social science passage, we didn't actually have that much of that, so I'm kind of confused a little bit by how weirdly this all is structured. But instead of like wringing my hands around it, I'm just gonna work with what's in front of me. Okay. That said, if you have questions that kind of occur to you as you're watching this, right now there's no one watching live today, so if you later, or at least at this moment, if you have questions that arise as you watch this at some later point, you can join our Discord. You can join my Discord, which you can find a link for in the description below, and just like shoot a question out in our March SAT channel. Or if that's a little overwhelming for you and you don't use Discord, then you can leave a comment in the YouTube section down below. It's up to you, whatever's more comfortable for you. I'll be faster on Discord, but I'll try to be diligent. I'm not a very diligent person, honestly, but I'll try to be diligent with the YouTube comments as well. Okay, so let's go into. First, let me I am a little bothered by the structure of this thing right now, so I just kind of want to make sure I understand what's going on. So, what is this reading test strategies and? Oh, these are all of the. Okay, so sure, we didn't go through those, and then this is the full passage walkthroughs, and this is. Literature, social science, history. Okay. So I'm going through it the way that it's structured, at least in this index. I'm just baffled right now, honestly. I feel it just felt for some reason like I was missing something, but whatever. Whatever. Let's quiz. Oh, I wonder if it's worth doing these. But you know what? I'm gonna ignore that for the moment. And let me make sure I'm assigning myself. Yeah, we're all good. Never mind. All right, so let's get over this. I want to get into the meat of the content, which is the passage itself. Here we go. Now, I am noticing I am repeating myself quite a bit from the day before and yesterday. So today I'm going to kind of shorten some of those explanations. So that at least I can get through both of these passages. Because I think, my next appointment is 4 hours from now, but I probably want to, stream for maybe 3 hours before going. So let's try to get through the science and the history passage in the next 3 hours. Here we go. Oh, there's one thing. Give me a second. I need to see if I can maybe find a room. Yep. So I'm gonna ask. Right now, I'm not at my, I'm kind of living a nomadic life. So my streaming conditions are pretty different every day. Right now, I'm not at my home, my temporary home. So I'm just working with what I got. Okay, so where are we? Yeah, show me here's the path. Let's get the PDF. And what's this? Did I watch this for the science one? It's kind of interesting. I actually want to go and double check. Did I actually not watch it at all? I did, right? Maybe I just zoned out while I was watching it.
Sure. And then you'll see me model it for you.
I did watch it. Okay. You know what? Forget it. I'm not going to go through that. Okay, so like yesterday, I'm going to read the excuse me. Like yesterday, I'm going to read this on my own first, and I'm going to show you how I read it under like time. I'm not going to actually time myself, okay, because I want to have some time to actually explain how, like what I'm looking for and what I'm doing, okay? But if you do want to see me take a test under timed conditions, I have a bunch of streams already on YouTube for that using QAS materials. I also can do more of that before, maybe one or two before this Saturday. Okay, so let's get into it. Ooh, Steven Pinker. The web shatters focus, rewires brains. The internet is bad for our brains. Mind over mass media. Also, they both seem to be talking about a negative impact of web media on our cognitive development. Okay, they both seem to be talking about that. So if that's the case, passage 1 seems to be more about the phenomenon of it hurting us, and passage 2 seems to be about how we should solve for it. Okay, they were both published in the same year, so maybe they were even in dialogue with each other. They might even disagree with each other on maybe the diagnosis of what the reason for the harms are. Okay, so that's sort of the thoughts that come to mind immediately when I read this blurb. Like I said, I don't survey the questions beforehand. I don't think it's. I can try it out in the future, and in a future stream, I can give you my sort of review of what it's like to actually do that. But I don't actually do that when I take the test. That's not how I did it when I, for example, took the LSAT and got a 173 with only 1 month of studying. That's not a perfect score, by the way. 173 is out of 180, and 173 is the median score for Harvard. So it's like I wanted a 176 to get to Yale, was the original goal, but I got a 173 in 1 month of studying. Okay, and when I was taking the LSAT, I didn't survey questions. Man, that takes way too much time. So I would not recommend it here. This blurb is super useful. Like, I already got it. Passage 1 gonna tell me the harms, and passage 2 is gonna tell me the solutions. Am I right? No, probably not. Probably my predictions are totally wrong. But just having that model in my head gives me already an anticipation of what might happen and makes me more interested in the story and in the research itself. Okay, here we go. Oh, are not universally bad. Surprising already. Surprising already. Certain cognitive skills are strengthened. So we're gonna go into then we have this but over here. Okay, so interesting. We're starting with a concession, or at least a qualification. Yeah. The more primitive ones, not the complex ones. So the more complex mental functions suffer, but the primitive ones like hand-eye, reflex, visual, these things are improved. Yeah, video gamers, hell yeah, they get faster. And you know what? Fast-paced problem solving, especially when we're looking for pattern, we probably get better at it thanks to the internet. So this is a more complex one. These are really primitive ones, and this is a more cognitive one. Okay, and we get better at these things. However, it would be a serious mistake to think that these benefits are making us smarter. In 2009, we looked at 40 studies. Okay, we did a literature review. You should know this word if you're into science at all. You really should know this word. We did a literature review. They don't use the word here, but you need to know this word. Literature review. Okay, looking at 40 studies, and she concluded that every medium develops some cognitive skills at the expense of others. Whew. That's not actually that sexy. It's not that spicy. Okay, every medium develops some cognitive. That's kind of like saying, poetry develops some cognitive skills at the expense of others. Like if you're really good at poetry, you're probably good at like verbal skills, and if you're good at reading poetry, you get good at verbal skills, but you're not so good at mathematical skills. Like what? Like, sure. It's a very mild sentence, okay, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to figure out what these, but nevertheless, I am looking for what, at the expense of which, right? Now we're getting really good at visual spatial, but we're getting really bad at deep processing. We're getting bad at mindful acquisition, inductive analysis, critical thinking, imagination, reflection. Oh my God, these are some heavy words, man. We're getting bad at all of them. Bro, we're screwed. We are screwed. All right, here we go. We know that the human brain is highly plastic. Now, that said, I do want to do a bit of human connection with these words, right? A lot of times when you're just reading it and just going through like this mindless churn of just word stew, it's hard to like connect with it emotionally. But yeah, I mean, who hasn't experienced that with their that they could be more creative if they just shut off their phone and they think about like the song they want to write or the poem they want to write or the drawing they want to draw or whatever, right? But then you're always constantly, like every moment of discomfort in your life you just solve with your stupid phone, with your iPad or whatever. And therefore you don't have the space, the breathing room to actually go and make a work of art or like to make some sort of progress on some math proof that's in your head. You can't do that because you're so distracted on YouTube, right? Who hasn't felt that? So, this feels very true. It seems a little large, but feels very true. We know that the human brain is highly plastic. They change, we adapt, and we end up with a different brain. This is Merzenic, MM. So I would circle MM, and I would also circle Patricia, PG, okay? I would circle them, okay? I talked about why I circle rather than writing words, but I would definitely circle them before. I would also put a triangle. I didn't talk about triangles yesterday, but I would put a triangle at this word but. And then I would just underline random things, just gut feeling. It's not super rigid, rigorous the way that I underline things. So we get good at skimming multitasking, but we get really bad at reading and thinking deeply. Okay, it's a great little summary. So this is one view of the harms, and I was basically correct with my prediction. The part that I didn't correct is the part that I didn't predict was the qualifications up front. All right, passage 2. My prediction was that we're gonna have more of a focus on the solutions. It's gonna accept the harms, but Steven Pinker is gonna offer solutions of how the mind can put itself over the media. Now, by the way, I'm saying mind and over media, right? Because I'm actually quoting from the title. Okay. If you didn't remember the title on your own, then you probably are not finding the title as interesting as it should be. Okay. All of my predictions were based on that title. So. Critics use science to show how experience can change. Yes, but we roll our eyes. Sure, yeah, it changes, but it's not like the information is stored in the pancreas. It's not a blob of clay. Oh, okay. Hang on. My prediction was wrong. So actually, it's not about solutions. It's saying this problem is not that serious. You know why? Because when we skim, when we multitask, when we do all of that stuff, we're actually learning a lot of stuff. You know, and we learn these things. Dude, I have never I've never heard this quote, but it's so funny. But the verdict was rendered by Woody Allen after he read Leo Tolstoy's famously long novel War and Peace in One City. It was about Russia. Huh? I'm kind of confused now. We're talking about how we can't do more. We actually can't multitask. So what does this word experience refer to now? Okay, let's move on. I have some questions. The effects of experience are highly specific. If you train people to do something, they get better at that one thing, but nothing else. That's actually surprising, this sentence. Novelist? Okay, I see. That's interesting. It's very field specific. So it's not going to be that harmful. It's not going to be harmful, but I don't fully understand the why. So let me try to articulate the why. Actually, let me read this first before I try to articulate the why. Critics. Quick pause. Gene, just a question. Could I? Is there some time I could use? Okay, sorry about that. I was just trying to secure a room. Now I'm back to this, and I'm still trying to figure out the why. What's the reasoning here? Because I don't fully understand the reasoning of Steven Pinker here. He's saying that just because you're like just because you're multitasking or trying to multitask and reading in a shallow way doesn't mean you become like a shallow person or something like that. I see. Right. That's no, that was right. That was right. Okay. So what that means is our brain has limitations, sure. Okay, but we're not changing ridiculously dramatically. Okay, so it's kind of an unusual passage, unusually organized passage, but I more or less understood the gist. Okay, now let's look at what Khan Academy says about this surveying step. Now, as I've said multiple times now, the surveying, I think, is not the thing to do.
If you think that practice, you probably notice that when you're reading tasks, asking you about two passages rather than just one. In this
Oh,
video,
actually, you know
one
what?
micro process and areas science passages.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to actually shift to move over to a room where I think I'll be able to focus a little better. So just give me a moment as I move into a room. All right, guys. I'm just settling into my room. It looks like we have a viewer, so I'll be hurrying. I was just in a environment where you could constantly hear a little bit of background noise. I think you'll still be able to hear some background noise now, but it should be a little better. Now, I'm just setting it up because I didn't have a second monitor, but now I do. Let me just double check that you can see my screen. I'm gonna turn it on. All right, here we go. So you can see the screen. And right now what we're doing is I just read this science passage, okay? If you've not read the science passage before, I think it's okay. Yeah, you can just kind of go along with just seeing what Khan Academy says. Okay, I'll be playing it at like 2.5x speed or 3.0 speed. I'll be playing it really quickly and I'll be giving commentary. The focus of my stream right now is not on giving you answers and explanations. Okay, that's not the focus. The focus is more on how to get the answers under real-timed test conditions. It's like a weird tongue twister. And the focus is a lot more on the tips and tricks, okay, the strategies that are being recommended in Khan Academy, what I think about them, which parts I agree with, which parts I want to add to, and which parts I just flat out disagree with. All right, so this is coming from somebody who, gets good scores. So yeah, let's get into it. Right now we're at this video. Let's go. Okay, first thing. He said instead of reading them both at once, I like to do them one at a time. I wonder if you go and if you take a survey of all perfect scorers, I wonder what percentage of them do the same thing. Because I'll tell you the way I do it, I read both of them. And I just answer, I kind of read them like they're almost like one passage, right? In the sense of I'm just building anticipation. As I read the first passage, I'm constantly predicting what will happen in the second passage. That's basically what I do. If you rewind in my stream, just to 5-10 minutes ago, you'll notice that I'm kind of imagining what Steven Pinker would say against the first paragraph, against the first passage. Okay, so I always do it that way. I have this gut feeling that if you take a survey of 1,500 scorers, then 50%, it'll be 50-50. Half of the people read one passage at a time, and the other half read both passages at the same time. But I bet, this is just a gut feeling, I don't really know, but if you actually ask all 1,600 scorers, then you'll start getting something like 80% or 90% of them are reading both passages at the same time. That's my gut feeling, okay? I might be totally wrong. If you get really good scores, I'm actually curious what you do too. But the way I do it is I read both passages at once.
Then read passage 1, then answer one question, then read passage 2.
Oh, okay, and if you've seen my streams before, you'll know this surveying stuff, way too much work. Also, there's switching costs. When you keep going back and forth like this, you actually lose your focus a little bit and you lose the opportunity to build the logical net of relationships, right, in your brain. So your map of the passage gets weaker when you keep flipping back and forth like this.
Then answer passage 2, then describe the relationship between those passages, and only then will I go back and answer questions that are about both passages.
Oh, dude. Yeah, this is such a classic thing, though, that I was taught when I was in high school. But it's just not how, I don't think anyone who takes the LSAT, for example, I don't think they will ever use this. It would just be so clumsy and you would lose so much time by doing this. Anyway, let's go.
Sometimes we also see discussion of the conclusions of the research and possible questions that we may answer. It's basically the what section and so what section that we may point. And you may say something about the implications of the research and another way what's next section.
Hypothesis, findings, conclusions. This is an unusual structure. I would structure it as background. So before even the hypothesis comes out. So what's the background and motivation for the hypothesis? Maybe there were previous research that kind of had some sort of societal harm. So I would start with the background, like what motivates the research. Now, not all science passages have background. Sometimes they go straight into the hypothesis, okay? So just be ready for that. But a lot of times there is background. It tells how the researchers came to land on this particular hypothesis or this particular research area. Sometimes it's totally by accident. Oh, we just kind of stumbled into this, right? That's background. The second part then becomes the hypothesis. What's their hypothesis? The third part becomes, for me, I divide the design of the research as a separate thing. Okay, there's the hypothesis and then there's the design, the how you're going to actually test the hypothesis. A lot of SAT passages, the harder SAT science passages tend to have pretty nitpicky design. Okay, and so you have to really understand in this design, in this experiment design, if this metric goes up, then that supports the hypothesis. If this metric goes down, then it harms the hypothesis. It goes up against the hypothesis. So you have to have those sort of logical connections in your head as you're reading the research design. And then and sometimes they're really hard. Sometimes it actually requires quite a bit of cognitive labor to put it all together. Okay, and then afterwards it's the findings. It's okay, these are the answers. And then here in the third and fourth bullet points, the conclusions and unanswered questions, for me, I combine them into one, so what, okay? And sometimes the so what has certain implications for what should happen next, right? But for me, I just combine that into one thing. So if I could summarize, it would be background, hypothesis, design, results, and conclusions, discussion, okay? I would say discussion, not conclusion, sorry. So discussion. So those would be my 5 parts, which are significantly different, okay? Because I combined, I'm adding one new bullet at the very beginning, and I'm dividing the research study and its findings into 2 different bullets, and then I'm combining the bottom 2 bullets into one. So I have a totally different way of thinking about this. Now, just do what works for you, but I suspect that if you look for my 5 features, you will find them more naturally in the actual SAT passages. So if you go and test it, I suspect that you will find that my 5 bullet points are probably more commonly found. Not commonly found. I mean, you're going to find all 4 of these too, but my suspicion is that it's going to be more clarifying for you when you think about these 5 aspects separately. Okay.
So I'm going to start by reading the alert, and I'll scan the questions, and then we'll be reading passage 1. Passage 1 is an adaptive Nicholas Carr, of Nicholas Carr, that shatters focus and rewires brains. And passage 2 is lying over mass media. So for this question, you can get Carr thinks bad is bad, says bad equals bad, and you have to make margin notes. You may not have time, but today I'm just doing it to transcribe my process. Don't take my notes as instruction. So if you got that, what lying over mass media mean? Does it last for the passage? It probably will all things being equal. Every passage is going to be a conversation about an idea. Maybe it's theory about this thing, or diverse stories about why it's the way it is. Carr says X versus Y. But right now I don't have a definition one way or the other to figure out what that means. Now let's survey questions.
Okay, again, I wouldn't normally survey. I would, if you've just, you saw what I did just now, just before, 10 minutes ago. I just predicted what the questions would be about, or what the passage would be about.
Also, I'm not going to specific questions about the passage. They all allow specific words, find passage. I'm not going to memorize questions later. I'm just finding my lane. Trusting in science suggests that it's 3 readings that I'm about to do will help me recognize these hard phrases as I read a minute or 2 from now.
A minute or 2? 2 is too much, man. 2 is way too much. Even 1 is a long time.
Passage 1, we'll do first. Question 3, passage 1 indicates some depth to using the and eyes over the depth. As you use line 33, the word plastic, so near me, I'm going to go hop over the passage, look for line 33, look for word plastic. 30, 1, 2, 3, highly plastic. Cool. I want to spend more time in passage changing this step. Okay, question 5, author passage 2, now passage 2 questions refers to war and peace, primarily suggests Woody Allen. So look for war and peace, Woody Allen in passage 2. According to the author passage 2 questions, novelist, scientist, great, awesome. Go back, novelist, scientist, think about that, I'm going to be passage 2. The analogy in final sentence passage 2. Okay, so this is probably the last passage question. Passage perfect, cool. And now we're moving to question 8. The main purpose of each passage is about both passages. So, question 10 we'll do very end. Which choice describes the relationship between the passages? This is another both passage question. Question 10, until 12 points authors of both passages, like 3, great.
Okay, I'm going to just repeat what I said 2 days ago, but like I said, this is not always a bad idea, okay? If you lack confidence, when you read the passage, you start reading the passage and you just feel overwhelmed by the passage. It's like, holy shit, how am I going to process all this information? Then I would use this as a weapon of last resort, okay? Just to increase your confidence again. But I guarantee you, by doing it this way, you're going to you're going to lose time on and you're going to lose the ability to do some deep thinking that will help you get some of the harder questions right, okay? So strategically, it might be the right answer for you, but if you're having to do this consistently, it's not just a one-off thing, but you have to do this every single time where you survey the questions in advance to allay all of these confidence issues that you're having, then you are not at the 1600 level. You need fundamentally to read better. You need to read better. So you can't do that in like the next 4 days, but it's something that if you really want a 1600, you have to be honest with yourself about this right now. All right, let's keep going.
Last one. Which choice provides best evidence? All authors have two good reasons to claim attributed Michael's percentage in lines 34 to 37 of passage 1. So this question here, both passages, I'm going to go really quick for name Michael's percentage in passage 1. 34 to 37.
Bro, no, don't do that. That takes too much time. Bro, that takes way too much time, real time. No, don't do that. You can just know that the name comes out and then read it, and then when the name comes out, just circle it or something. Don't go looking for it. Oh, dude, that takes way too much time.
34, here's 37. Okay.
Oh,
and our first exam, our pre-reading is done. That's taking and I can't do longer because I'm not reading aloud to you for purposes of the video. So with pre-reading accomplished, let's move on to our next step, reading passage 1. As we go, I'll be asking who's the name what, what's the experiment and findings, and what are the implications of those findings. So passage 1, chapter focus rewires brains. Here we go. The main consequences of our online info function are not universally bad. Certain types of skills are strengthened by our users and net. These tend to involve more primitive info functions and coordination, reflex response, and processing of cues. One much-cited study of a video revealed that after 10 days of action games on computers, cooking young have significantly boosted plus there. The speed with which the visual focus in various images and tasks. It's likely that web browsers also strengthen brain function to fast problem solve, particularly when it requires spotting patterns without data. A great study in which certain medical information online indicated that experienced internet users can, at least in some cases, assess trustworthiness and probable value.
Okay, so he's reading the whole thing.
Okay, so web browsing strengthens certain brain functions like fast ones. No more practice surfing, scanning, more depth, brain comes as tasks. That's fine. That's fine. I might go to easy now, but let's keep going. But it would be a serious mistake. But it's important to serious mistakes, especially negatives. But it's serious to know that it's concluded that the web is smart. It's fine for the public 9 probably knows how to preview
I don't know why he just reads the whole thing without giving some commentary on like what the structure is. But yeah, I gave my commentary on what the structure was, so you can go and listen to that. It's basically, I was just really surprised that the first 2 paragraphs were all about qualification. So,
Our use that knowledge reading technology has led to widespread sophisticated development of spatial skills, but always with first but both gain and with gain or capacity for my deep processing underpinned by knowledge acquisition, depth analysis, brain thinking, imagination, and perception. Yeah, but it's all right. So it's good stuff. I'm getting smarter. It's good things like first and losing the ability to process. So it's trade-offs. It's that by itself is a bad deal. Losing process power and speed is bad. We know the human brain is highly plastic and vocabulary was a circle in search of neurons and exchange as surface exchange. When we adapt to a cultural phenomenon, humans use immediately and inevitably brains as a higher field of neuroplasticity. So if they say there is what we do change our brains are. That is not online application for brain with our brain cells even when we're not here. We're exercising neural circuits with multitasking while ignoring those who reading them deeply. So overall, web is saying web is making our brains and making bad at teaching, but making good at its synapses and structures. And author views as good brain functions. Overall, web is bad. Now, that's technically good for all of us. But I'll give it to them to work with it. So let's present passage 2. Here we go. One new media.
Oh, he actually goes and reads the second passages, even though he said that that's not what he does. Okay. Sure. Oh, you're so salty. Good, nice little comment there. But remember that if you didn't know, roll their eyes at such talk was an idiom for like, they kind of scoff at it. You can still figure it out from like that. Yes, every time we learn a fact, it changes. Semicolon, but it's not as if the information is stored in the pancreas. So there's a little bit of sarcasm there. And so even if you can't get it from the roll your eyes, you can still figure it out. The blob of clay, we're being sarcastic there. You can get it from the tone of the rest of the next 2 sentences.
Plasticity does not mean when the blob of clay comes to shape basically sets up major concepts. Experience is not fair. The basic information processing capacity of the brain. Speed reprogram on link, you got that, but it was about that. Genuinely, have 2 minutes of not just laboratories, like other sites, you unrelated domains, as the deal itself. So here we got Woody Allen, and Warren Keys. And I remember the question, so I'm going to go see if I can attack that question now. Warren Keys is as the
Also, one thing. Also, one thing that happens when you do the pre-reading is you might literally just not laugh. When you do the surveying that Khan Academy is recommending, it might make you so nervous about the questions that you might just like fail to notice what the sentence is actually, how funny that sentence is being, and you might just not engage with that sentence as well. I don't know. That's not really a really important thing, but I just feel like, well, it might be a really important thing because I think one of the reasons why I get a perfect score on the reading is because I engage really well with the reading, including sometimes wanting to laugh. And you can't laugh in the real test, but like, like I genuinely enjoy a lot of my readings because I'm making these predictions. I'm asking myself questions. Where is this gonna go? Where are the conflicts? I'm very engaged when I'm reading.
Moreover, the effects of experience themselves, if you train people to think, solve puzzles, find answers, music is together,
yeah, I see this thing about how if you pre-read by doing the surveying and then you go to the part of the passage where the answer comes out and you go like literally if you like he's actually not the teacher here, Khan Academy is not actually showing exactly what he's recommending because they're recommending that you pre-survey and then you read it and you go back and forth and answer it one at a time. But if you did that, your flow of thought would get so choppy that you wouldn't be able to build the, like I said earlier, you wouldn't be able to build the sort of the network of ideas that are going to help you do the deep thinking for some of the harder questions. So you don't want to chop up your logic. Chopping up your logic will make you less confident. Even if you get the right answer, you'll feel shittier about it because you're just not as confident. Now, when you're not in the final week, I want to point out something that Khan Academy is doing that I think is really good, but you almost certainly should not be doing it this week, okay? You should be doing it maybe for the May test or August test in the future, okay? I have a habit, and you probably noticed it when you saw me just read the passage out loud. I have a habit of stopping myself and being like, hang on, what's the conflict right now? And then I try to articulate to myself, one is saying this and two is saying this. And I have this habit of just constantly double checking, okay, and updating my language, updating my predictions for what the two passages are actually talking about, okay? Actually physically writing it out in a real test is going to slow you down. It's going to slow you down and it's probably not even worth it. But I would say there's three options, okay? The first option is never to even ask yourself that question in the first place. The second option is to write it out and lose time by writing it out. And the third option is to just think it out loud, okay? Cool, that's fine. And I would say, obviously, the third option is the best, okay? Because then you don't waste time writing it all out. But, barring that aside, if you don't have that habit, you can build that habit by forcing yourself to write it out and make a habit of writing it out loud. Writing it out loud, that makes no sense. But make a habit of writing it out at the end of every single paragraph. Or, sorry, I said paragraph, but that's overkill. Don't do it every paragraph, every passage. Okay, if you have a habit of doing it by physically writing it out, then later on, as you get used to it, you can stop the writing out part of it and just start doing it mentally, right? And then you would kind of be closer to like the level of automatic processing that I'm at, right? But until then, it would be better to still write it out, lose a little bit of time, but then to at least solidify all those logical connections in your head. Because writing it out forces you to synthesize it all into like a idea. So again, I don't recommend it for this week because I think if you do it this week, you'll lose your confidence too much. But you might want to start doing it for next week for the next test afterwards. Now let's look into the questions. So far in the last two passages, I am 21 for 21 and both times I answered the questions literally 24 hours after reading the passage. And I was doing it, most of them I was doing it from memory. That's what I mean by map of the passage. You want to have a good map of the passage, okay? Probably you won't be able, and most of you won't be able to do it the same way I can do it, just like literally remembering all the answers, even without pre-reading it, right? Like just knowing all the answers. But the better you read the passage, the more it'll seem like magic how much you already know the answers. Okay, so let's go with this. The author of passage 1 indicates which of the following about the use of screen-based technologies that it's harmful. Okay, I'm not even looking at the answers right now. I just know it's harmful, and it benefits like kind of like the lower level cognitive skills, like visual spatial stuff, but it doesn't benefit like the higher order cognitive skills, like the deep thinking, the analysis, the creativity, blah 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 blah. So there's adverse effects. It has some positive effects. Yeah, we have a we had that. What do you call that? Qualification. I just know it's just true. This is so broadly true, and this is actually so simply worded that this doesn't feel very SAT-like to me. Okay, I feel like this is a simplified question, but yes, this is the entire point of the first two paragraphs. Okay. Oh, there's no video. Okay. Oh, for questions 1 and 2, there's one video. Okay, sorry, I got confused. Okay, which choice best provides the best answer, best evidence to the previous question? Yeah, the first freaking sentence. It's number 1. So D would be tempting if this wasn't the answer. Okay, if the answer was something else about how there are trade-offs, then I might choose D. But remember, you're trying to find the best evidence for this sentence of it has positive effects. And what does the word it refers to? The use of screen-based technology has some positive effects as supported by this quotation. So that's just, I'm like 95%, 99% confident. You know what? I'm not even gonna double check BCD. I already know. I'm so confident. And by the way, that is something you should be doing. When you are highly, highly, highly confident, you should not go and eliminate all the other ones. Now, it takes a long time to build that confidence, but you should, I was saying this early, like maybe an hour ago, but you should diagnose yourself. Am I being overconfident generally, or am I being underconfident generally? Keep tweaking your confidence level. That's one of those variables that you can work with.
We're going to look at 2 questions for this video. The answer to question 1 is similar to the answer to question 2. Let's start from the top. The author of passage 1 indicates which following about the use of screen-based technologies. This question tells us this is info question. However, the phrase passage author indicates. In other words, passage actually says one of the full things first, and doesn't actually say the other. However, the passage 1 is about how certain information brains. It's like every passage, the web has focus one wire brains. So the author indicates which following about the use of screen-based technology. A. She confirms that the author says she should be very structure. B. When the brains read say that explicitly. The passage says one brain always better than she was mentioned.
Well, I'm actually a little surprised because Khan Academy, the teacher here, tends to make predictions before answering, but right now he isn't. He's just going straight into the weeds, which even he does not recommend, and I strongly do not recommend, because when you go straight into the weeds, you have to start juggling 4 balls at the same time. Don't do that. In your head, just solidify a relatively confident prediction, okay? And so what I did was, what does Pastor One say? He says that there are some harms. It benefits some lower level cognitive abilities, but not the higher level cognitive abilities. Okay, so that's what I said, right? So have some rough idea of what the answer will be.
Positive effects. Anything positive, the author says, we benefit. B is widely encouraged. The author says, encouragement is positive, but that alone also the author has to face. So you have to go positive. When you look for C, I might check A, but if positive effects in the passage, I'm not going to see
Hang on. You should not have to go back and check. You should not have to go back and check. You know why? Because you read the blurb. The blurb said, what's it? The blurb said something about, let me try to see if I remember. Basically about how the web is hurting our brains, okay? And literally the very first sentence was, oh, it's not all harmful. It's not all harmful. So you should have been surprised. I was like, oh, qualification. We're going to start with positive things first, and then we're going to shift over to the negative things. So we're going to do that. That's one way of writing, right? You set up the qualification, get them out of the way, so you can more strongly emphasize the negatives, okay? And to clarify what the negatives really are. It's a really basic writing technique, and you should know that. And you should know that that's how in AP language we call this mode of development. That's one of the classic modes of development, okay? And so you should be able to just predict that. So then after you read passage 1, you should not have to go back to the passage. You should just remember it. Everything he said, true. I would just make one caveat. Plan A, Plan B makes it seem like Plan B is like really close to Plan A. Then it's okay to use Plan B, but it's not okay to use Plan B. The fact that you're using Plan B means you've already screwed yourself, and you're trying to unscrew yourself. So I know. And obviously in the English idiom, Plan B doesn't have a positive connotation, but I want you to think of it more like Plan Z. Like you're already kind of screwed by that point. You want to already know when you choose the correct answer for the first question in these paired questions with the evidence question. When you choose that first question's answer, in your mind, in your map of the passage, you should already have like a blinking light on the part of the passage that supports the one that you're selecting, okay? So basically in this case, this is a 2-column passage, and there was the first page on the right side and then the second page on the left side, right? If you haven't seen it, I'll actually show you right here, okay? Let me zoom out, okay? So on the right side and the left side, and for me, I already know I'm looking at top right. I'm looking at top right of the first page. For me, I have like a rough map of the passage, and the top right of the first page sort of blinks at me the moment that I choose. It has some positive effects, because I already know it's at the beginning of the first passage. I just know it. So it blinks at me, and so then when I look at A and B and C and D here, and I look at like the line references, for some reason there's no line references, but normally there are. I look at the line references, and I'm looking for lines somewhere between lines like 1 through 50, not 50, sorry, like 1 through 20, okay? I'm like looking at lines 1 through 20, and I know roughly that it's gonna be about positive things, okay? You gotta have a good map. You have to have a good map of the passage in your head by the time you're done reading, because otherwise why the hell did you spend like 5 minutes reading it? Okay, the whole purpose of reading it is so that you have a good map of it. But I do agree with that. If you know what you're supporting, then it does make your answer choices so much faster, like incredibly, like it's that's why I call it Plan Z, okay? If you're actually going and matching every single line, it means you're already screwed, and 95% of those times what you should do is, instead of matching all those lines and looking for the right words, just circle number 2, move on to number 3, and come back later when you have time, okay? Because if you're having to brute force it, you've already lost the battle.
Remember that you can surely answer the first question. I know there's one choice here. You can answer the first question. You can find it. I'm going to answer one. Ask myself, does this answer the first question?
And this whole thing about I'm gonna test myself one by one, this I only do it when I'm medium or low confidence, right? I never do it when I'm high confidence. So I don't think you should do it too because it takes a lot of time to do that.
Does this answer the question? I may use this as equal choices. But it doesn't have to do with based on knowledge and input. So which choice provides that answer to the question? Line 3, certain. Yes. Certain now I'm going to do a question, see if I find that match, right? Well, let's see. But we may have an error. But let's apply that to the choices in the question to be sure. So I'm going to choice B, line 19, 20, but it is serious to know that it's included smart. Does that tell me anything about some time? Yeah.
He's just gonna go through all the explanations. So again, this stream is not about getting the right answer. Like it's not about the right answers to these questions. Okay, these questions I feel like you can study on your own. It's more about the approach. So I'm gonna skip over the
does that tell me anything about screen time? Really doesn't at all. It's just screen time about every video. I don't think it's screen time also. And that's what A is our answer. Let's check and these exact right. The key is the first question you have to test the choices of the second question. You also have to choices. You don't know screen time. I can't apply that question to each choice. Only one of them, and then I have to choice for the first question. How about the engagement strategies for preparing your question? Ask this like technical evidence.
Okay, so generally speaking, the approach, the only real big difference really in the approach again was rely more on your map. Don't go back and just double check everything. Like rely more on your map. That's the biggest lesson here. And at least from my perspective, I think that's the only sane way of managing time. Rely on your map. And generally, and then the plan A, plan B, just know that plan B is not like a slightly worse version of plan A. It's like a far, far worse version of plan A. It's like so much more costly. Plan A, according, you guys remember what Khan Academy showed us, right? There was plan A, plan B. Plan A, you're just trying to support the one you already have, okay? Plan A should take you maximum 30 seconds, okay? Plan B tends to take, if it's really hard, it sometimes takes 2 minutes. And I've tried this before when I was like in like when I misread a passage and I was like not feeling good and physically I was not very, very good. And I spent like 3 minutes on a pair of questions. Horrible. You never want to be in that position. Just like brute forcing, the connections. Okay. Question 3, explicit meaning. Let's go. These tips are getting extremely repetitive and I've said so much about them already, so I'm just going to move on from these tips. Becoming adept at using the internet can make me better at scanning information. But also undermine the ability to think. Yeah. So either that one positive thing or that one negative thing. Yeah, this is just true. Yeah, we had that deep processing. Cool. Let's look. This one's gonna be kind of obvious. Okay, let's see.
Question 3. The author passes one intake information to the and blank. Such as what the intake. And then one intake to the author. She says in text, we call these explicit information questions. My job is to make choices are there in text. If I say focus on one choice just sounds weird. The other choice more reasonable and those distracting. So let's say choice A. Can A make people complete about health? How can I make that passage anything about myself? Choice B. Undermine the ability to think. It sounds weird. I type of passage to go back to focus. So I think this is the answer. Start there.
Yeah. By the way, the title helping out is such a major thing, dude. The blurb is everything, okay? You can skip the surveying step that Khan Academy talks about if you just learn to just juice the blurb like to no end. You gotta get as much juice out of that blurb as possible, okay? It's like so useful.
And C, increasing social contacts. I don't think social contacts was mentioned in that. Watch out for this. This is a little reasonable thing. Like when we're using social media contacts. Let's just say that. Remember that. If I find choice D, author dictates and increasing social contacts, I don't think that's mentioned.
Now, just a quick side comment about what happens when you don't, like when you look at something like C, increase people's social contacts, and you're like, I kind of vaguely remember maybe that's there. So you feel awkward crossing it out, but you feel awkward not crossing it out. I put parentheses around words that I think are suspicious. It could be right or it could be wrong. Then I put parentheses around those words, okay? I don't tend to do what Khan Academy does of of crossing out the entire answer choice. That first of all, that whole crossing out, that whole thing sometimes is just annoying to do. Like, because the paper is kind of like thin, so like it's just annoying to make that line. And I'm not like a drawer, I don't have like perfect lines. So it just takes too much time to do that. But also, I want to give myself a reminder of the words that triggered my negation, okay? Because sometimes, and I'm sure this happens to everybody, sometimes you cross out B, but then you come back to B thinking, holy crap, maybe it's actually right. Well, if you cross out the whole thing, then you'd have to like erase it to see it again. It's like annoying. But if you just like do a quick slash over the word ability, for example, then you can be like, oh, it's because I thought that the word ability meant blah, 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 but actually this ability is referring to this other ability, blah, blah, blah. And so maybe it's not wrong. Then visually it's not as distracting. And also you can remind yourself of your original reasoning for why you eliminated B in the first place. So I tend to cross out the words. But that said, when I first switched over to like crossing out words instead of the entire answer, it did take me a little while to get accustomed to it. So you can try it like today or tomorrow and see how it feels for you. But if it's awkward for you and if it reduces your confidence right now, your confidence is the most valuable asset. You only have 4 days. So don't just do what I say blindly. Do whatever increases your confidence, because that's the most important thing right now. If you don't know the word complacent, put parentheses around it and maybe even put a question mark on it. All right, nice little cute joke. Let's move on. Nothing controversial there. Generally all good. Just have your prediction ready. And that makes everything way, way, way faster. All right, question 4. Words and phrases. Cover up the choices, go back to the passage, make up your own version using context clues, and then keep the imprint of that original phrase in your head, okay? And then go back to I talked about this imprint multiple times. I'm not gonna repeat it right now, but have that imprint in your head. So, as used in the last paragraph, plastic most nearly means. Let's go find it. I mean, I already kind of know, but I'll demonstrate what I mean. Okay. So in the last paragraph, we have this idea of plastic. Okay. We know that the human brain is highly okay. So the grammatical unit that we're working with is the human brain is highly blank. Okay. The brain is blank. The brain is highly blank. The brain is highly malleable would be an SAT heavy word that we could use. Okay, I think it actually came out later somewhere. But anyway, I always tell you, just use whatever fits within this grammatical unit. Okay, this little clause over here. Whatever fits within this grammatical unit but sounds natural to you. You don't have to use malleable if you don't know the word malleable or if it's uncomfortable for you. So the human brain is highly adaptable, right? Because it changes. Changeable has a slightly negative connotation, so I wouldn't really use the word changeable, but still, you could say changeable. It's fine. It'd be good enough. And just remember the imprint, right? Human brain, changeable, adaptable, malleable. It adapts. It evolves. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, all right. I'm just gonna. If you don't know the word malleable, look, you can just look it up. Right now, it's not about answering explanations. It's a 4-minute video. Why is this such a long video? I'm gonna watch at 3.5 speed. Changeable. Even if you don't know malleable, you should be able to get malleable just by knowing changeable. Completely true. Complete agreement. Perfect. Oh, is he doing the thing about flipping it back in? Oh, I mean, you really shouldn't have to do that. You really shouldn't have to. I talked about this yesterday, how Khan Academy talks about a two-step process of like replacing the word plastic with your own word and then going back and filling it back into the original sentence. And I would just say that second step, you can sort of avoid doing that second step by having the imprint of the original sentence grammatical structure in your head as you're answering the question, okay? Basically, you should have like the ghost of the original sentence sort of hovering over your answer choices as you think the human brain is highly creative changeable. The human brain is highly artificial changeable. So I should flip it around. The human brain is highly changeable creative. The human brain is highly changeable artificial. The human brain is highly changeable malleable. Like you should be basically doing the two steps in one step. So you shouldn't really need to be able to do this. You only do this if you're really kind of lacking confidence and this is a weapon of last resort. You go back and just double check everything. That's too much work. I'm gonna skip the explanations because again you can figure out the explanations. Let's go on the strategies. He's explained the semicolon, which I think is really important for you to know. The semicolon helps with setting up, establishing that the two clauses have a strong relationship with each other. But we can skip the grammar explanation for now. Again, if you want further explanation on the answers, you can just listen to his video, focusing more on test taking strategy for the time being. But hey, if you guys ask me a question in the chat below or in Discord, I'll answer. So whatever you're curious about, feel free to ask. I'm checking constantly if anyone's chatting. All right, moving on. Nothing controversial there, so moving on. Okay, I literally laughed out loud on this one. He refers to the novel War and Peace primarily to suggest that Woody Allen. I don't like this question already, but because why Woody Allen? Why is the subject of this clause Woody Allen? Because he's not focusing on Woody Allen. But you know what? This is being me. I'm being pedantic right now, so just let me be alone. Just give me like 10 seconds. I'm just stressed out about this random pedantic issue. Okay, so let me turn my brain on, focus on the SAT. We're referring to the novel War and Peace primarily to suggest that Woody Allen couldn't do that speed reading because he's limited, right, by his cognitive, like the structural limitations of the brain. The brain just can't do speed reading like that. Okay, that's B. Yeah, this is not a great question, but the correct answer is extremely obvious. So, there's no way, I'm not going to complain about if this were the real test, I wouldn't complain about getting this, but I just don't think this is a great example question because the way I would have written this question if I were, one of the writers, I would have said, the author of passage 2 refers to Woody Allen's reaction to speed reading the novel War and Peace, primarily to suggest that the brain is cognitively structured. The brain is structured such that it cannot, fundamentally change. Something like that, right? Something that's more about the actual meaning of the passage, but this is still fair. It's just a little, I don't know. I just think it's a little straightforward. It would have been hilarious if I was wrong. I just had that moment. I was like, whoa, if I was wrong, that'd that would be such an arrogant idiot. But anyway, anyway, right now, I am 25 for 25. Okay, let's go.
Let's take a look at question 5.
Let's
The author has to refers to the whole
hang on, something's buggy.
does one question. Okay, so according to yes. The question tells us this is implicit information. The answer will be something
Okay, I gotta
along the
refresh.
Although
Give me a
they'll say
sec.
right.
All right, we're at the video for 5, I think. Here. Just waiting for it to load. Give me a sec. Well, while we're waiting on them, I'll just finish my quick little mini announcement. Guys, if you are watching and if you haven't joined the Discord, it's okay if it's like overwhelming or unnecessary for you. But if you want, I'm actually doing Q&A for free on Discord. Like I'm just making this my thing right now. So you can always just jump in and say hi to some strangers. It's not like a ton of people in the SAT channel. This Discord is primarily for my teaching, for my students in Korea. But if you join, you say hi, and you have a mentality of, giving as much as taking, not just take, but you also have a mentality of just, being someone who's trying to learn together with people rather than just like using me. I think I'm offering myself to be used, but instead of just using me, you're also trying to be a giving person. Yeah, you're totally welcome, and I'll help out as much as I can. All right, so going back to video question 5.
Let's take a look at question 5. The author has to refers to the whole piece. On answer yes, does one question. So according to yes. The question tells us this is implicit information. The answer will be something more than apply by although those say right, usually close. Let's just try to call it.
Oh, I think I just realized I should have explained how I got that inference. Yeah, I should explain how I got that inference. So here's what I did, okay? I just did it from memory, but you guys might not be able to do it from memory, so let me just show you exactly what was happening in my brain. When you're thinking about an inference question, right? This is the thing, right? This is the thing. He says, it was about Russia. Now, why is this a funny sentence? We can get into that in a little bit. But when you're thinking about inferences, you should be thinking about the logical relationships between this part and the other parts around it, okay? So notice that this has the word to over here, so this is a separate idea. It's a separate idea. So we probably want to be focusing on before the to. And so over here it says, experience does not fundamentally change the informational capacities of the brain. I'm just kind of rewording it so you can kind of understand it differently, but yeah. Experience doesn't fundamentally change the brain, okay? Yeah, it's plastic, but it doesn't just get pounded into shape by experience, it has a fundamental structure. That's why, and so here there's an implicit argument. Speed reading is just impossible, right? They have long claimed to fundamentally change your information processing capacities, but no. We know that Steven Pinker does not agree that that's possible. So they've long claimed to do it, but, and then after the word but, you should already know in your head that this next highlighted part, even if you don't understand the joke here, you don't have to understand the joke. You just have to understand from this premise over here, and then this setup over here, that everything after this setup just means that speed reading is not possible. Okay, speed reading is not possible. So, or at least genuinely understanding while speed reading, that's impossible. So Woody Allen, when he read the whole thing very, very fast in one sitting, the only thing he got out of it is it was about Russia. That's a joke, okay? And Woody Allen is, he's kind of canceled right now, so it's kind of awkward to talk about him. But forgetting him as a person and focusing on him with his works of, with his cinematic work, he's a funny person. So this is a joke. Moving back to you. So hopefully that explains how I got that inference. I just know that that whole part of that paragraph is talking about how speed reading doesn't work because speed reading cannot change your brain. All right, moving on. Yo, you don't need to rephrase this one. The question is not complicated enough to demand rephrasing. Now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is complicated for some people out there. So if it is complicated for you, then yes, you should rephrase it. But I don't think you should always have the rephrasing as a default step, because I think you would actually waste more time by rephrasing things that are already simple for you. Speed reading didn't work. That was his prediction. And B is the correct answer. Yeah, like I think the main difference is the same difference that's always been here for all the previous videos. It's just if you're highly confident, you can move on. If you're being underconfident by just wasting more time double checking everything, just gamble a little bit. Try gambling a little bit more. Just like being like, you know what, I am confident. I'm going to move on, and it's going to be uncomfortable at first, but but the amount of time you save by doing that might be worth it, so that you can have some more time to deeply think about some of the hard ones. Okay. That said, some people are overly confident, so some of you need to actually slow down. So keep tweaking your confidence levels. And yes, this is something that you should be doing even literally the week before the test, because confidence level tweaking is something you should always be doing all the time. Like it's not something you stop. You're like on April you might be overconfident, on May you could be underconfident, so you're just constantly tweaking. Where am I? What do the novelists and scientists have in common? Ooh, I don't remember this. My map does not light up at all. Now, obviously, it's the second page because that's where passage 2 is. Second page on the left side, but what the heck do novelists and scientists have in common? I do not remember this at all. So, in this case, normally I don't have to read the answer choices before making a prediction, okay? Because normally what happens is I know where the novelists, even if I don't remember what they share in common, I still would know in my map of the passage, whether it's on the left side top, left side middle, or left side bottom, and I would just jump and I would confirm what they have in common, okay? That's normally what would happen. But here, because I'm completely out of my element, I have to make a decision. Do I brute force? Do I just double check A and B and C and D? Okay, and like I said, 95% of the time, when you brute force, you should circle it, make a guess, and come back, okay? But in this case, I feel like with these 4 questions, they're literally like 7 words maximum each. They're very short and easy, and I feel like I have a gut feeling that I can kind of like get the right answer just by looking at the 4 answers, eliminating 2 or 3 of them, and then just confirming and like remembering where the novelists and the scientists come out. Okay, so let's try it. They take risks. Oh, you know what? I just remember what this is about. I don't know how to explain to you how it came to me that quickly. Okay, but I looked at they take risks when they pursue knowledge, and I saw pursue knowledge, and then I remembered, oh, there was that like furthermore, the moreover paragraph. There was the moreover paragraph where it talked about, moreover, okay? Not only does multitasking not work, not only does speed reading not work, not only does the brain fundamentally not change, okay? Not only that, moreover, knowledge tends to be pursued, like doesn't tend to go beyond the confines of where it was originally pursued or something like that. It's like field specific. It's field specific. Beep. I am 80% sure it's D. So because I'm only 80% sure it's D, I'm gonna go and just double check real quick. I'm looking for evidence for absorbed. Hang on, where are we? Is this the right page right now? Where am I? Oh, yeah. So I'm looking for highly specific to the experiences themselves. Novelists read a lot of oh my God. Yo, this question's a little too shallow, but that's so like directly true. Dude, there's no like higher level logical abilities that are being tested by this question. So it makes me a little upset that this question's so easy. It's just so literal. But okay, that's me being pedantic again. Let's move on. For some of the harder questions, I'm realizing the SAT passages that the Khan Academy is using for these examples tend to be kind of easier. For some of the harder questions, we'll go through. I'll try to put together like a timed explaining while solving live stream sometime later this week. It's extremely stressful to explain while I'm solving, but I think you get to see what it's like to be under pressure. Like, so when I'm under that much pressure, I actually do make some mistakes, but you can see what it's like for somebody who typically gets like a perfect score to like think under pressure and make corrections, to make mistakes and then to make self-corrections. Okay, so you can look forward to that if you subscribe and get the notifications. You can look forward to that. All right, let's go to this explicit meaning. Dude, I don't even know if it's worth watching this.
Let's go to question 6. According to the authors, according to the authors here,
I just remember why I'm upset by this question. Novelists and scientists do have that in common. That's just true, right? Okay, but I think a more intelligent question would have asked, what does their commonality imply about the nature of knowledge or something like that? Connect it back to the rest of the paragraph. The whole paragraph is not about how absorbed novelists and scientists get. It's more about how our knowledge tends to be limited to our domains. So I don't know. I kind of wish this question missed the opportunity to connect it to the larger idea. Okay, yeah, this is too obvious. Let's move on. Too obvious. The analogy, and there's nothing strategic to talk about here. The analogy in the final sentence, sorry, I think I'm going crazy a little. The analogy in the final sentence of passage 2 has primarily which effect? The analogy in the final sentence. Oh, the analogy like you are what you eat. Like, they think back in the old days, we mistakenly thought that if we eat fierce things, then we become fiercer. Therefore, if we eat short form video, then we become like low in attention span, right? So it has the effect of sort of sarcastically undermining the position that's being taken in passage 1. Not to soften. Yep, it criticizes. Yes, no controversy there. Let's go.
Let's take a look at question 7. The analogy in the final sentence of passage 2 has primarily which effect? All right, so this question has to analyze an analogy and how it's used. So we can answer the question in order to successfully use the related strategy to succeed on this question. First, what is the analogy? Second, what does the analogy do? So first, what is the analogy? So let's find the final sentence of passage 2. Okay, here's the paragraph. As with ancient people believe that the nature of animals made features, they assume, so that they, media critics, right, so media critics, as with ancient people believe that the nature of animals made features, they assume that watching cuts on videos turn into light cuts, or when people post online postings, turn your thoughts into posts on online postings. So if eating air makes features like air, watching YouTube videos turn into video, and reading online turns your thoughts into tweets. That's kind of absurd claim to make, right? You food screen and make it silly. Perhaps the author wants to make the critics sound a little ridiculous. Maybe. So what does the analogy do? What's the paragraph trying to say? Let's look at the rest of the paragraph. The effects of electronic media are likely to be far more limited than mechanical lines. Media critics, as they take on quality of whatever consumed, eating information will go tweet. So it's criticizing media critics, saying that they're anti-about the dangers of media in the brain,
Okay, he's explaining it right now?
I'm not sure. And this is a natural prediction. The effects to be
What was his actual prediction?
I'm going to render your prediction fun if you use the media.
Oh, okay.
Take the prediction choices fun match. I'm going to render your prediction critics are wrong. Okay. So what's the effect? Analogy A uses one link. A seems to be your opinion. That's possible to be the
You know, so he's just going to go through the process of elimination, but the strategy hasn't changed at all. When you read the question, try to predict it immediately. If you can't predict it immediately, just try to make a rough gut feeling prediction first. And then if you are highly confident in that prediction, just go right into the A, B, C, D. Just go and choose A or B or C or D. If you're like kind of awkwardly confident, then go and double check the passage. But never just go straight into A and B and C and D. If you go straight into A and B and C and D, what happens? You start juggling 4 balls. You know, and it can get, for easy questions, then you can possibly eliminate like 2 or 3 out of them very quickly. But for the hard questions, you're juggling these 4 balls and like 3 of them have words that sound very much kind of accurate to the passage. Yo, it's not good, man. It's not good. Have a prediction. Don't go into a fight without your weapon. I guess I should have used the cliche. Don't go into a gunfight with a knife. Okay, let's see what he says.
Once you start doubting your predictions, stop eliminating and rereading choices and trying to make them work. Value time. One thing I would say about questions analogies is there's just those difficult times to do questions like that. So if you're someone who spends a lot of time, as I say, you should keep guessing and moving on. Remember, all those questions are worth saying, and there are easier questions later on. Good luck out there. You've got this.
I guess I generally, I guess I could be nitpicky, but no, overall, the spirit, the general meaning is all good. So no problems there. Let's go. The main purpose of each passage is to, of each passage? Does this mean this is 2 different clauses here? No, it's only 1 sentence. Very strange. This is not actually a typical way. This is not a typical question on the SAT. Not like this. Suddenly I can't remember the actual wording, but like, you know, what's the relationship of passage 1 and 2? Like a lot of times this question itself gets expanded to like a 3 or 4 line big chunk of a very big chunky question, and then you have to like suss out this like logical, like sort of intense logical relationship between the two. I kind of wish we had an example like that to work with right now. I can't think of one right now off the top of my head. What up, Gregory? I can't think of one right now off the top of my head, but this is honestly too bland of a question for the SAT. Take a possession. Nope. Make an argument. Yep. About the effects of electronic media use on the brain. Boop. Moving on. Whew. Finally, riprap actually comes out in text. I kind of wish these tips were kind of more organized instead of being so repetitive. But okay, here we go.
Here's the question asked to think about the main purpose of both passages. Luckily, we read the passages, we didn't know a lot here. First, we read the titles of both passages. Then, we summarized each passage in our own words. And third, we described how passages relate. So, simple active reading strategy helps us get ahead of the game. So, the good review work already did, and since we use that to help us predict answers to this question, what's the main purpose of the passage? Remember, the truth of each passage is they both passages, which each time different similarities and differences. Remember, passage 1 is called the Web Shatter's Focus Rewires Brains.
I guess my only comment on this particular one is instead of doing it after reading, that's the way it sounds like, and I think that's how most kids think about it. Most kids think about, oh, yeah, I read it first and then I have the sort of summary sentence for both and then I compare them, right? That's not how real readers, like really engaged and intelligent readers actually read. They're doing it in real time. They don't wait until the end and try to summarize it all in one big go, right? You're trying to like, you read the blurb and you already have a simulated idea of what the passage will be like. Then you read the passage and you fix up your prediction as you go. And then you read the second passage and you have a simulated idea of what it could be like, and then you're tweaking it as you go. As you keep reading the actual passage, you're sort of like adjusting your new image. Okay? And as you do that, you're making comparisons with the first passage and the second passage as you're doing that. When you're reading the first passage, you're already predicting about the second passage. When you're reading the second passage, you're trying to draw back to you're trying to connect back to the predictions you were making about the first passage, so that by the end of reading the two, you're already pretty much aware of what the conflicts are. Okay. So yeah, that's my only sort of concern about this sort of this little slide on this video here. Okay. It makes it sound like you're kind of doing it like this, especially the word summarize. It makes it sound like this thing you just do after it's all over, right? The word summarize has that bias. But you should be like, if anything, you'd be summarizing constantly. You're like this, you're doing this ongoing, flowing, summarizing and re-summarizing and editing the summary and fixing the summary. You're doing it constantly, okay? Gregory, I see your question. I'll come back to it in a moment.
Passage one was about how eating technology can brain and sacrificing deep thinking for the whole task. Broadly speaking, in addition to more each helpful passage, I would say for passage one, it was also the web is bad for your brain. And passage two, like RPG, it argued that our brains doesn't change that much regardless of whether we reading or using the internet. So the passage covers some similar ground, both talking about how it does for the same topic, right? Brains and technology. But what they differ? Discuss the topic brain, and sort of making errors. Nope, let's get into this one. For D, also in the experience, it's just to the main purpose of the passage is to make an argument about the effects of electronic media use on our brain. And that's not an argument. Check. Great. This is our answer. Even when we're doing passage one.
Okay, right. So again, like I said, this stream is not about actually explaining every single answer choice in this test. Okay, it's more about how to approach the test, and I'm giving commentary on the tips and tricks, on the strategies. The general flow, though, of everything Khan Academy just said was correct, or at least I agree with it. I would read the passage. Sorry, I would read the question stem. I would try to predict the answer. Then I would try to feed my prediction and see which one matches it the best. So Gregory asks, what are my tips on time? That's the thing about time. The thing about time is that it's a sort of nebulous thing. Like the way that people lose time, like we think that we're losing time as a whole, okay? So it's like, oh, I'm so bad at managing my time. But you're not actually managing time. What you're actually doing is you're managing your habits. And it turns out that some habits are pretty good, right? And so for some people, their habits are, like maybe you have the habit of predicting the answer before choosing the answer choice. That actually saves you time. But then maybe you have this other habit of double checking all the wrong answer choices, even though you're very confident in your answer choice. That loses time. So it really depends on time management is not this one monolithic idea that everyone can improve on in the same way. It really depends on which habits are the ones that are costing you time and which habits are the ones that are saving you time. So before I can even help you directly on what it is that you could do to improve your time management, I would have to actually know what your habits are. But it's kind of hard for me to do that right now. So you probably should. So here's something you can do. I would not necessarily recommend this for literally the next 3 days, unless you're going to spend a lot of time on it. But because it's you only have 3-4 days before the real test. But what I do to increase my awareness of how I'm losing time or using time is if you watch one of my live streams of SAT Solved Live, if you go, you'll notice that I keep a stopwatch next to me while I'm taking the test, and I write the time every single question. So I write it. So usually it takes me about 6 minutes to read a passage, which most kids think is much longer than they would expect, right? They think I would read it in like 4 minutes. But I take like 6 minutes to read the passage, and then I try to finish the questions in 6 minutes. And so I'll write like 6 minutes at the end of the passage, and then every single question I'll write, 6 minutes, 15 seconds, 7 minutes, 15 seconds, 8 minutes, 9 minutes and 10 seconds, and then I'll start being aware of where I start, what I was doing exactly when I suddenly went from 9 minutes, 15 seconds to 11 minutes, 55 seconds. Like, holy shit, how the hell did I spend almost 2 minutes on this one question? Like, then that becomes something I can actually work on, okay? But time management as an overall, I guess I can give some basic tips. Here's some basic tips. Read the blurb, have predictions about what the passage will be like. If you don't have predictions, then when you read the passage, what'll happen is you'll just keep rereading the same sentence over and over because you no longer know what direction you're going. Okay, so read the blurb and make predictions about what the passage is going to be like. When you read the question stem and don't go straight into the answer choices. If you go straight into the answer choices, you're going to start juggling 4 balls at the same time, and you're going to waste time actually. Even though it seems like you're actually counterintuitively, it seems like you're actually saving time by not thinking too much and going right into the questions. But actually that ends up making you think about too many things simultaneously, and it actually slows you down generally. Test this out. Test this out by actually writing down timestamps next to every single question and see what happens for you. Besides, those are the most general ones. Let me think. Can I think of another general one? Oh, and if you eliminate like 2 answer choices, and then you go back to the passage, and then you come back to the question, and now you're at stage 2, right? You're at try number 2. You're trying to answer a second time, and you still can't get a confident answer. Guess, circle, move on, come back, okay? If you've already given it 2 tries, it's not worth additional effort, okay, until you are sure that you have extra time to spend on it. Come back to it with a fresh mind after reading the other questions and maybe even reading some of the other passages. Come back to it with a fresh mind and see if you can restart your thinking process, okay? Because those are, I think, the 3 most generic tips I can give about time. Beyond that, though, really everything really comes down to what habits you have, and so that becomes much more specific to you. So you'd have to start becoming much more aware of where you're losing your time. Okay, so that was kind of a long answer, but hopefully that was helpful. You can ask follow-up questions if you want, but that's my broad answers for you. All right, let's go into question 9. I'm just double checking some chat in the Discord right now. It doesn't seem to be about the SAT though, so we're good. Okay. Relationship. What? This is practically the same as number 8. Yo, what? Yo, this passage, these questions are too easy. Okay, passage 2. So here, before I even look at the answers here, I'm just going to tell you my predicted answer. Which choice best describes the relationship between the 2 passages? Hey, passage 2 thinks passage 1 is dumb. That's my prediction. First-hand experiences. Okay, I saw answer choice A, and I'm going to change my prediction right now. Passage 2 gives not first-hand experiences, okay? It doesn't give first-hand experiences like, of he himself, Steven Pinker himself having first-hand experiences. he speaks with some authority about how people actually, how experts actually work, something like that. Okay, you know what? This is overly complicated for a prediction, but basically, it's not first-hand experience, is what I'm trying to say. The research in passage 1? Yeah, there is research in passage 1. He does critique the conclusions. I'm like 80% sure. Let's move on. High level of, nope. Negative reactions, predicts the, no, he's not predicting what other people are, he's actually giving a negative reaction. This is correct. Okay, I'll come back to, spend a little too much time on the graphs. Graphs are something you need to actually just practice as a separate skill. I don't recommend books like Barron's or like Princeton Review, because sometimes those graphs are really weird. Sometimes they like are way too creative with those graphs. So if anything, this is kind of dry and boring, but go and steal like an economics textbook or whichever field that you feel like weak on, steal like an economics textbook from your, like, not actually steal, but like grab a textbook, right? And just look at literally the graphs and then just spend some time like parsing them and just get more comfortable, like understanding X, Y. Also, if you haven't done the QAS tests, okay? If you haven't done the QAS tests, I don't know if you know what QAS is, but Reddit, SAT, QAS, question answer service, you can get all the past released SATs, you know, every past March, October, December, I think, March, October, December tests from 2021 and below and before, you can get a copy of all of them. It's not illegal. So you can get those copies, and you can kind of look at the graphs over there, because if you are bad at graphs, it's like a specific skill, and my only general advice for that is you want to, like, the way I do graphs is I read the whole passage and then I read the graph, and then I make my little conclusions, my connections from the graph to the passage. For sometimes the graph contradicts the passage sometimes, but usually the graph supports the passage. So I just want to know how it supports, and I just sort of mark it up really quickly to just like notice the major trends in the graphs that I think are pertinent, and then I move on and I answer the questions. But that's not an easy way to do it. It's not an easy way to do it. For you to do it that way, you have to be able to read pretty well. So if that's overwhelming for you, then you have to kind of find what a strategy that works more for you. So you can kind of skip the graph when you read it at first and then come back to it later. That's totally fine. But yeah, you got to experiment with it and increase your confidence on it. If you're spending too much time on graphs, usually I find that they usually ask 2 questions right on it. Usually, I find that a lot of times, if you rush reading the graph in the first place, you actually spend more time getting confused with the answer choices. So paradoxically, if you just sort of chill out on the graph and be like, I'm going to take my time reading the graph, then actually the questions go through a little quicker. Okay. So kind of experiment with how fast you are rushing through the original graph reading, and then get some actual graph reading practice by using some sort of textbook or the past SATs. All right, so let's finish off this passage. Any other questions you guys have? Feel free to share. But I wanna, I'm getting tired of this passage, so I want to finish this off ASAP.
Relationship between passages. So this question has a relationship between passages. When I have a question like this, if we work, it's going to come super handy. So
the pre-work is going to come in super handy. I mean, yeah, but you didn't really need to do that. It's not worth the 1 or 2 minutes.
Passages are arguing different sides of this issue.
Also, especially for a question like this, you don't need to do the surveying. Of course, when there's 2 passages, you have to know the relationship between both passages. You always have to. So you don't need to survey it beforehand to know that this question is going to come out. Okay, he's predicting and he's going to get the right answer. And I think this answer explanation is going to be pretty straightforward. I'm going to jump to the end of this video.
We already determined our own words how to passages together. We can ask the question quickly and move on. Anytime we approach passages, there will probably be a question about the relationship of passages. This is the strategy I want to read. First, I write the titles of passages. Then I read some passages in my own words. And third, I describe how.
Okay, yeah, he mentioned this before, so we're going to move on. Because, I mean, it's right, but remember my only... do you guys remember what I said about this? My only fear is that this idea of summarize each passage makes it sound like it's something you do after you read the passage. Okay? But that's not what real readers are actually doing. They're summarizing constantly and editing and revising that summary in real time as they're reading. Okay? So that's what you should be doing. It's not some sort of sentence that you neatly write up afterwards for like a grade. Okay? That's not what you do. All right, moving on. Multiple text analyzing point of view. This should be fun. And on the real test, sometimes you get some really tricky questions for this, but this one's pretty straightforward. They would both most likely agree that, like web browsing is not conducive for deep thinking. Or even this, generalize to improve skills in other areas. Okay, so this is a very, very different from my prediction, but let me just double check. Children versus parents, we never have that comparison. Criticizing and their overreactions, we don't know anything about these other critics. Preference, we don't know anything about preference. Oh my God, these are so obvious. These are so easy to eliminate. What the heck, man? But where do we get the do not generalize? We get this idea of do not generalize, okay, from both passages. So in my map of the passage, I already know where it is. It's in passage 2, it's in the middle of passage 2, in the middle of the left side. In passage 1, it's closer to the bottom of the right side of the first page. So I'll just tell you what I mean, okay? First with passage 2, remember, the expected experience are highly specific to the experiences themselves. Getting better at music doesn't make you better at math. It doesn't generalize. Okay, that's what does not generalize mean in this case. Okay, so that's the middle of the left side. That's actually as closer to the bottom, but basically I already knew where it was. And then the bottom of the right side over here. Hang on, what was I looking for again? Let me just make sure I know what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, do not generalize. So do not generalize as in if you improve on this one skill, there's this part in the first passage in like I think the middle of the right side, or it's actually not towards the bottom, it's more towards the middle, I think, where it said that like there's like trade-offs. You can improve on one skill, but that actually comes off with like this counterbalancing loss in a different skill. Okay, so that's why it doesn't generalize to all skills. Just improving on one skill doesn't generalize to all skills. So that's over here. Is it not closer to the bottom? They go hand in hand with a weakening of our capacity, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm just double checking over here to see if I can find a better evidence, but that's pretty much solid. I mean, that is what I was looking for. But those gains go hand in hand with a weakening. Okay. This is what I was looking for. This quotation, at the expense. So I was right. It's like in the middle bottom. Every medium develops some cognitive skill at the expense of others. Okay. So I kind of knew that already because I read it deeply. Okay. That's why kids are sometimes shocked that I take 6 minutes to read it. But because I take 6 minutes to read it, I like fully understand where the structure of the arguments are and where they clash and where they don't clash. I just know it when I just read the question. Like I know it immediately. I don't have to like second guess myself too much. Okay. So, yep. And I'm correct. All right. 10. I'm getting pretty exhausted with these videos because they're just sounding extremely repetitive. Oh, there's no point in making a prediction over here. Completely disagree. Sometimes it's true that you can't make a prediction, but it's the effort of making a prediction. It's the effort of making a prediction that makes you sharper. It makes you more alert. It makes you more engaged. It keeps you questioning. It keeps you sharp. Okay. So there would be no point in writing out like IDK. Like you shouldn't write it out. That would be silly. But you should make the effort of being like, what could they maybe agree on? What could they maybe agree on? And you should have a rough like literally like I did, I already kind of knew where I was gonna look. Okay, I'm not just gonna go straight into the passage, scanning from top to bottom, looking for some random thing that will hopefully help me and save me. I'm not doing that. I'm looking specifically for the thing that I think is the right answer, and I'm gonna confirm it. Okay. So yeah, you definitely should be still trying to predict, even if it feels like you're not gonna know exactly the right answer. You should know like the realm, the sort of the range of what the answer could be. Ooh, so then because Khan Academy says there's no point in predicting, he goes straight into the answer choices. Oh. Okay, if you've been watching my stream for any time now, you know how much this stresses me out. You're gonna lose a lot of time if you're brute forcing. If you're brute forcing, you probably should just circle and come back to it. Circle, move on, come back. Okay, because brute forcing is not worth it. Now, this question is actually stupidly easy, right? All of these questions in this what's it called? In this website, in the Khan Academy sample passage, all of these questions are actually pretty easy. So you can actually process the elimination, all of them, even without like having a good reading habit that actually helps you with figuring out the passage. But if you think that just because you can do the POE, the process of elimination, all of these, that you'll be able to do the same thing on a harder path, no, man, do not kid yourself. The only reason you can have a weak reading but still POE all of these is because these questions are easy. Okay, that is not something that's actually true on the SAT. So that would be the wrong lesson to take. If you are brute forcing the process elimination, you probably should just circle it, move on, and come back to it when you have time. I'm so tired. I'm tired of these explanations. Okay. You know what it is? It's just that, like, I keep saying I want to focus on the strategy, but the strategy has become extremely obvious now, and everything I'm saying is starting to sound very repetitive even to me. But maybe the repetition is only tiring for me and not for you guys, because maybe you guys really need it. Here's the big lesson, okay? Again, generally speaking, Khan Academy, amazing explanations. The tips and tricks and strategies, sometimes a little iffy because it feels like it's not really born in the fire of actual test taking, right? Your tips and your tricks, your strategies are not going through trial by fire. When I say trial by fire, I mean the 65-minute fire, right? Like that very stressful 65-minute fire. If your tips and tricks and strategies are not going through trial by fire, you should not trust them. You should not trust them. Trust only things that work. And the way that you can know if it's working for you is by testing it on your own and seeing what happens to your time and seeing what happens to your confidence. Sometimes your time gets reduced and sometimes your confidence goes up, but your score stays the same sometimes. That's okay, because scores are a lagging indicator. If anyone knows that sort of bit of data science, statistics, it's a lagging indicator. Scores come later. Okay, scores are sort of like it's like a very heavy ball at the end of a rope, and there's like momentum, and you might be pulling the rope in the right direction, but it takes a while for the ball to come around. Okay, it's a lagging indicator. But if your confidence is going up and your time is starting to go down, eventually your score will also follow. Okay, so what you should do is any tip or trick or strategy you hear, okay, you shouldn't just take it at face value. You should test it and see if your confidence goes up and if your time goes down. Moving on. Which choice provides the best evidence? Oh, hey, this is the first long question I've seen. This is cool. Okay, this is like a real SAT question, I think. Would agree to some extent with a claim attributed to MM. Remember, I have a good map in my head because I probably already circled those two names, the PG name and the MM name, right? So I know that MM comes out at the end of the first passage. It comes out at kind of like the break between the first page and the second page is if I remember correctly. And of course he would agree because he says that, yeah, the brain is plastic. Oh, sorry. Author passage 2. Author passage 2. Yes, this is the concession, right? This is a concession. This is the part where, yeah. There's some plasticity. But see, this is the refutation over here. C would definitely not be the right answer. And this is just a summary of the actual situation. So this is what we're actually looking. Beep. Correct. Ooh, I am now 32 for 32. But these questions are way too easy.
Let's take a look at the last question for the passage set. Okay, which choice provides best evidence for passage 2, which is claim attributed by Michael Zedek in line 34-37 in passage 1? Okay, so this is a multiple step question. First, we're going to find his claim by Michael Zedek in passage 1, and then find evidence that passage 2 agrees with it. So let me find that Zedek in passage 1. Then I'll say it in my own words, we're going to control the idea to help us to stick in my head. Let's bounce over passage 1. Minus 30, 47. Little brackets here. So here is one way to actually cultural phenomenon, including use of the medium and end up with different ways as a pioneer.
I apologize. I am legitimately so tired of this question that I zoned out. Let me see what he just did, okay? Let me just double check.
Then I'll say it in my own words, we're going to control the idea to help us to stick in my head. Let's bounce up.
Oh, okay. What he's doing right now is perfect, okay? What he's doing right now is he's going to Michael Merzenich in passage 1 and trying to remind himself what he says, okay?
Bounce over passage 1. Minus 30, 47. Little brackets here. So here is one way to actually cultural phenomenon, including use of the medium and end up with different ways as a pioneer of the field of neuroplasticity. So in other words, the internet is changing our ways. Right there. One of those choices is going to read that the internet is changing our ways. So let's go through choice questions and see what it says. Right, now we're looking for these line references in passage 2. 45, 47, and 47, 48. Okay.
Hang on. Is he going to go straight into line references? No way, man. Wait, hang on. Seriously? No prediction? Oh, no. Oh, come on. No. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. I mean, maybe it's just he's tired because he's not actually following his own advice right now. Guys. Okay, I'll use his advice. His advice is riprap. Rephrase if possible. Read around and I forgot what it was. But basically, predict. So you might think, what's the deal? What's the harm? Okay, but again, I'm saying this over and over and over. You go into A and B and C and D and you just look up the line references and you brute force it, you're gonna waste so much time. Okay? Okay, let's do this in a more sane way. Now you know the end of this sentence. The claim attributed to Michael Merzenich in lines 34 to 37, passage 1. Okay? So you should rephrase it. What choice provides the best evidence that the author of passage 2, Steven Pinker, would agree to some extent that the internet can change the brain? That the brain is plastic. Okay? Just rephrase it in your head and make sure that you can hold that idea in your head. So now what you're looking for grammatically is Steven Pinker agrees that the brain is a little plastic, as we can see in these lines. Now, at that point, you should make a prediction. Oh, not a prediction. Sorry, this is not the same as a prediction. This is now you should have a gut feeling. All right, on your passage, on the map of your passage, you shouldn't just look at 45 and 48 and 50 and 73. You shouldn't do that. In your head, you should think, when did Steven Pinker ever talk about plasticity? My computer's acting up a little weird. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Okay, never mind. We're good. So you should know this. It should happen at the very beginning because that's where he has the concession, the very beginning of passage 2. You should know that. And then you should jump to that part. In fact, a lot of times what I do is I don't even look at 45, 48, 50. Now, by the way, I don't actually recommend this. It's just I do it because I'm so confident in myself. But I'll just let you know what I'm doing, okay? I don't even look at 45, 48, 50. By habit, I go straight to the passage. I go right here. Okay? And I know it's at the beginning. And then by habit, I just look for this. Yes, every time we learn a factor scale, the wiring of the brain changes. I look for the concession. And then I look at 54 to 56 because this is where that comes out. And then I feed it back to, what? 48 to 49, yep. Okay, the line numbers don't match up here. Because 49 to, yeah, the line numbers don't match up. The question, I don't know why it was written that way, but yeah, the line numbers don't match up. Because this yes changes is clearly referring to yes changes from 54 to 56. Yeah, so that was very strange. But yes, you basically should look for, like I don't let the answers persuade me of their answeriness, okay? If you let the answers persuade you of their answeriness, you're gonna get seduced by the wrong, I was trying to use a crude word, but I'm gonna avoid crude words right now. But you're gonna get hoodwinked, man. You're gonna be tricked. Okay? Don't let yourself get tricked by the answer choices. Alright, he's gonna put forth some skip.
Choice D is an answer. I think one thing is agree to some extent. We know passages are opposed. We're just going to find control of the question by using our own word.
Yeah. You know that he agrees to some extent that the brain is plastic. No, you just know that. It's at the beginning of the passage. It's at the very beginning of the passage. You should just know that if you read it correctly, correctly is probably the wrong word, but if you just read it in an engaged, highly engaged manner, okay? If you were trying to make predictions and you were fixing your corrections as you were going and you were updating your summary as you were going, then you would naturally know that it's at the very beginning of the passage that it comes out, okay? So you should have already known the answer basically before seeing the answers. All right, well, that is, that's a science passage and my brain is absolute mush. Hang on, give me a sec. Now we have a history passage to go through. It's 7 o'clock, and now here's my internal conflict. Okay, on the one hand, I really want to be done with this history passage today, so that I could kind of move over to like the reading strategies that come out. Like actually, I don't know what all these are, but like all these strategies, I was thinking of going through them one by one tomorrow. On the one hand, I do want to get through the history passage. Plus, the history passage should be fun because it's the one that everyone stresses out about. On the other hand, I am freaking exhausted, man, because I feel like I'm just repeating myself so much. So here's what I'm going to do, okay? I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I need a longer break right now. I've been sitting here for like, 3 hours, almost more than 3 hours. So I wanna take a quick break, 10-minute break. You know what? I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna get a 15-minute break. I'll be back at 7:10. So that's a 14-minute break. I'm gonna refresh myself and I'm gonna push through the history. Okay, as much of it as at least as I can. So. If you're watching, if you're waiting, maybe solve the history passage on your own on Khan Academy. Maybe do it in advance. Maybe take a break on your own. Maybe just from all the other tips that I was sharing, maybe test one of them out. Like do some like find a practice passage and practice the thing that you are intrigued by. But I'll have to take 15 minutes as a break. See you guys in a little bit, if you're around. Hey guys, I'm back. Studying for the SAT, huh? One of those fun, one of those fun things that you'll remember forever, cherish as a memory for the rest of your lives. Just kidding. Um, I know it's tough, guys, and I hope that I hope that whatever your goals are, right? I hope you whatever your goals are. This whole process does not feel like a completely arbitrary, meaningless exercise in sort of like pushing pencils and filling in bubbles. I hope it feels like something that you can actually grow from, that you can actually like take away something more from than just like little skills for test taking. I hope that it feels like you can actually improve your own thinking, sharpen your own clarity of mind and cognitive abilities, your intellectual abilities through this whole process. Because when I was in high school, like I didn't intentionally study the SAT too much. I was actually more focused on my AP tests, and that and just sort of as a byproduct of my AP tests, I was able to get like a really good SAT score. Um, but that whole journey of becoming really good at these tests, that I mean, in a weird way, it's just like kind of useless nonsense. It's just like it's just a test, it's just a number. But on the other hand, the opportunity to like really seriously sit with your own thinking and your own time management, and all these things, and just notice what happens to you. Do you start breathing erratically? Do you start fidgeting? Do you start getting stressed out? Do you start getting sensitive to noise around you? Or can you keep cool? Can you keep your head on your shoulders? Can you just sort of push through uncertainty? Those are the kinds of things that actually pay off in life, even outside of test taking contexts. So I hope you can find some sort of meaning in all of this, besides just that number that might be your goal, whatever it may be. That little bit of life talk aside, does anybody have questions before I move on? I'm about to go into the history passage. I am excited for. I mean, I'm physically a little tired. That's just true. But that's the nature of a marathon. But before I get right into the history passage, any questions from anybody on either Discord or YouTube? If not, we'll go right in. All right, it's looking like we're all excited for history. And hopefully, I think there should be a little bit less reverb in my room. I don't know if you guys could appreciate a minor change like that. I tried to, like I said, I'm kind of like I've said multiple times. Depends on when you came in. I'm sort of living a nomadic life right now, so I'm kind of crashing people's places and using it as my office. So gotta do with what I can. Getting a lot of reverb earlier today. All right, so I am opening up to, I'm just double checking on my audio. Everything should be good, right? You can all hear me? Yeah. So we're gonna get into the history passage. Let's go. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Okay, there we go. History passage, the one that everyone loves. By the way, there was one thing I forgot to say about the final passage, the final question in the science passage. Guys, this is a complicated sentence, right? And I tried to say, I only said half of what I was trying to say, which was, which choice provides the best evidence that the author of passage 2 would agree, ... And then I said, you can replace this whole long phrase with the actual content of that phrase, right? So would agree that the brain is plastic and can be influenced by what's it called? By web usage, right? Sure. You can replace this sort of long, sort of technical jargon, like not jargon, but like this sort of reference, okay, with the actual thing that is being referred to, the referent. Okay, you can replace it with the actual content of that reference. Okay, but that's only half of what I was trying to say. I forgot to say the other half, which is this part about the author of passage 2 would agree. Sometimes it gets a little overwhelming because you have author passage 1, author passage 2, but sometimes even within, you're talking about other people, right? So to kind of, and I think I actually have a couple ADHD tendencies. So this is one of those tricks that I needed to use like as a matter of life or death, really. Not life or death, but as for my scores. Like I needed this to make myself get through this, but I would always use the word I when I would ask these questions, when I would say these questions to myself. So what I mean by that is, instead of saying the author of passage 2, I would say, as Steven Pinker, I would agree that the brain is plastic. Of course I would, because I said it at the beginning of my passage. So I would change all of these pronouns into the first person pronoun and make it mine. And what that does is it's like kind of like pretending to act like you are that person. But what that does is it clarifies like who exactly you're supposed to be focusing on. All right. And it sort of reduces that cognitive load of having to manage all these other different people's perspectives. Okay. So if you think that's useful for you, go ahead and try doing that. Just think to yourself, instead of saying author passage 2, author passage 2, author passage 2, just say I. Okay. It makes it, I think, a lot easier. So that was the thing that I forgot to say. Now let's go into the history passage. Did I download the passage yet? No, I didn't. Okay, let's go look at the PDF. So I laugh immediately. Can you guys tell why I'm laughing immediately? Look at this. Look at this paragraph, right? This is that classic like early 19th century nonsense. This is not that post Ernest Hemingway or even like post BuzzFeed like one sentence paragraph bullshit. This is like the old stodgy, hey, we studied Latin and Greek, we declined our verbs, we declined our nouns, we conjugated our verbs, and you're gonna suffer through my prose. It's that kind of paragraph. And and this is so painful for our generation. I mean, when I say our generation, I mean your generation. My generation is more is a different generation. We're more literate than you guys. Just kidding. Half kidding, because I keep hearing all this sort of terrible news that the Gen Z kids are terrible readers because of what's it called, of video media. But yeah, this is scary. It's a scary. Look at these scary ass paragraphs, man. Like, what are you supposed to do when the paragraphs are so huge? Okay. Well, let's get through it. My tongue is getting twisted. Okay. Let's get through this together. I'll show you exactly how I read this. Okay? And yes, I mean maybe this is so obvious that I haven't said this, but I have never read any of these passages before. Yes, even when I get all those right answers by remembering the passage from the day before, that was literally just me doing it. I never reread it. I never did any of that, okay? So I'm literally going to read this. Well, Reflections on the Revolution in France is kind of famous, but I don't think I've ever read it ever in my life. I think I might have read excerpts. We'll see. We'll see. If I recognize it, I'll tell you. But I don't think I've ever read this before in my life. This is a very famous essay, though. What's with this period? Okay, anyway. Oh, I guess it's intentionally a fragment. Sorry, that's just a random side comment. Don't worry about that. So the French Revolution was tumultuous, as you guys may know from European history or world history. That's when the guillotine, off with their heads, right? That's when the guillotine came out. And then they created the National Assembly, and Burke was making reflections on the revolution. Now, what it doesn't say in this blurb, but what will become very obvious as we read, is that he is a conservative. Okay, and he doesn't have a very positive view of the French Revolution. Now, I know this from background information. Okay, now you probably wouldn't know this unless you're pretty good at European history or world history or political history. But even so, how can we get through this? Okay, the first thing is, even if you don't know it, okay, it's 1789, and this was published a year later, and he's not in France, right? Even if you don't know that he's a conservative and he doesn't have positive views of it, you could still make some predictions. You could just be like, I wonder whether he's on their side, and he's a sort of he loves the revolution, and he's like one of the revolutionary my tongue one of the revolutionaries, okay, like he's like, liberty, equality, freedom. Yeah, maybe he's like that, but I don't know. I'm just a student. I'm just figuring this out as I go. Maybe he's completely against it. Maybe he hates it. I don't know. Because this title, Reflections on the Revolution in France, seems a little pensive. It seems a little distant. It seems like maybe neutral. But maybe so it's probably not going to be like a revolutionary now that I think about it. He's not going to be super gung-ho about it because this is such a tame sounding title. But maybe, neutral, maybe negative, okay? So that you can at least get that, even if you don't know background. It's the same thing that you do with science, but just do it here, okay? And usually when these passages are harder, they give you extra details to work with, okay? So and if I were doing this in real time, I would have circled 1790, I would have circled 1789, just to force myself to remember that they're only 1 year apart. And I would have circled maybe Revolution, Burke, so that I don't forget his name, and National Assembly and French Revolution. I probably would have circled all of those just so that if I ever lose track, I can just quickly jump my eyes back to this blurb and find my bearings again. Okay, the circle is not to give it any meaning. The circle is to make it easy to find it again. That's all it is. Okay, now, if I am low in confidence about something like this, one thing I might do, okay, is kind of read the bottom. Now, this doesn't always work because sometimes the conclusion isn't always here. But if you are desperate, if you feel really overwhelmed by all of this, but you want to, try the thing that I do instead of, going straight to the questions, okay, if you want to try reading the passage first, then you could try reading the bottom first. Now, I'm going to not do that right now because I just had like a quick glance and it feels like the conclusion isn't really there. I can't really tell anyway, not right away. So I'm going to go straight to the beginning and I'm going to start I have my predictions. Maybe he's going to have some bad feelings or some neutral feelings or some mixed feelings about this. What are these feelings? What is he going to criticize? Making a government is easy. Yeah, it's easy. Just teach obedience, you're done. To give freedom, easy. Just let go of the rein. Okay, see, now I already have the negative tone and I can already start honing my prediction. My prediction says he's negative. But to form a free government that tempers the opposite elements of liberty and restraint. Okay, I see, because obedience and freedom, teaching obedience and giving freedom are both easy, but to form a free government, okay, which tempers together the opposites, of obedience, which is like restraint, and liberty, which is like freedom, right? To kind of combine these two opposites into one government is very hard. It requires a brain. Okay, it requires a brain. I do not find this brain in the French people. In the French Revolution. Okay, I'm making it a little more funny than it really is, but I do not find this brain in the French revolutionaries. Perhaps they are not so stupid. I'd rather believe it. Maybe they're not as horrible as they seem because it would make them beyond common sense, below common sense. But wow, this is extremely scathing. So here we went from just regular negative to like extremely negative. But when the leaders are trying to go for a popularity contest, they will become flatterers, not legislators. They will become the tools of the people, not the guides of the people. If any of them tries to propose a plan for liberty that is limited, not like overly free, like too much freedom is a bad thing from Burke's perspective, then he would lose the popularity contest to somebody who's like, no, I'll give you even more freedom. Basically, what Burke is saying is a responsible government is not very sexy, and it's very hard to sell an unsexy responsible government to the people because people would just want the sexy, very, 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 very freedom-heavy government. Okay, that's what wins you popularity contests. Not talking about moderation, not talking about compromise, not talking about tempering and moderating. Okay, these are the things that will not. Right. It will not work for a popular leader because a popular leader is actually obliged to doing propagating the doctrine of freedom and establishing powers of government that will actually be harmful for his original aims. Okay, so this is the big criticism. This whole thing is a huge criticism. Am I so unreasonable? Well, no, I see some commendation. I see some positives. There are some good things they may have done. Okay, he's still being extremely negative, by the way. Oh, I feel like I have read this at some point in my life. So it's not my first time. But, like, as you can tell, like, even though I have read this, it's not like I remember this. So I'm kind of going through it. But yeah, anyway. They would destroy everything, certainly will remove some grievance. This is kind of like the old version of the of that other argument. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Have you guys ever heard that phrase? Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So obviously, if the clock is like stuck at 11:11, then you're still going to be right twice a day. You're just going to be wrong all the other times in the day, right? So yeah, if you destroy everything, like if the French revolutionaries destroy the whole government, destroy everything that ever existed, of course they're going to destroy some bad things. And maybe there is a chance for something beneficial. So, most assuredly, it may have been necessary to have such a crazy, violent, overwhelming revolution to get what they wanted. Okay, maybe he's trying to be neutral. He's trying, but he's not succeeding. And some usages, like some practices, I guess, have been abolished, which on just grounds, but they weren't even that important in the first place. They were superficial. The improvements that they are making are very superficial, but their errors are huge. So, you know what this is? Okay, the first paragraph is big condemnation. The second paragraph is like, hey, I'm being reasonable. You know, I can see the good, but even these good aspects are not very good. Okay, so it's a way of persuasion by considering the counter arguments, but refuting them. This is a tricky grammatically tricky sentence, but you should be able to figure this out because it's the beginning. It's a transition, right? And so you should be able to understand at this point. Like my prediction right now was that he was going to have some negative opinions. Now I got some negative opinions. Now they're a little abstract. I don't really know all the details of what he's talking about, but I know that he thinks that they're very destructive and that the good that they have accomplished are very small. So then he starts focusing on the British government here. Okay, it's a transition to a different idea. In this case, I can make a prediction. He's going to say, for our society, we must reject the French Revolution. Something like that, right? It's pretty easy. But the thing is, if you want to make that prediction, you also need to understand the sentence. So it's natural, when a sentence is hard, it's natural to just want to skip it. I will bet you something, okay? I will bet you that if you skip this, you will actually waste more time. Even though it's counterintuitive to spend 20 more seconds on this one sentence to really parse it out, to suss out the grammar of it, it's probably worth it. Okay, maybe not for every single sentence for the whole paragraph, for the whole passage, but for some of these key transitional ones, you want to spend the extra 20 seconds because you'll save a whole minute later on a question to ask about this, or two, sometimes 2 minutes. Okay, so I wish my countrymen, so this is British, right? If you don't remember, you have to go back and double check he's British, would recommend to our neighbors our government, which means to recommend the example of the British Constitution to our French neighbors, okay? I think the French should take the British Constitution instead of what? Instead of taking their revolution as a way to improve our own. Okay, so that's a clear position on what the British government should do. We should not take their revolution or what the British people should do. The British people should not accept the French Revolution in their own country. In the British Constitution, they have an invaluable treasure. This is so self-serving. But anyway. He's sort of praising his own, the British Constitution. He's saying that the British Constitution is not perfect, but that's not just, it's not perfect, right? But our happy situation owes to our Constitution, owing to the whole of it, not just a part of it, the whole of the Constitution. The part that has left standing after the reforms. Because this Constitution has undergone change. It's evolved with the times. Our people will find employment for free, independent spirit. I follow my ancestors. So, right, this is a little different from what I was predicting. I was predicting he would just, keep condemning the French. But instead what he's doing is he's praising the British Constitution. So that's different from what I predicted. Yeah, we should guard our guard our tradition, our constitution. This building is like a metaphor. It's not an actual building. Let us imitate their caution seems sarcastic. Not being illuminated with the light of which the gentlemen of France tell us they have got. So basically, the gentlemen of France are telling the British that they are illuminated, they're enlightened. And then he's being sarcastic about it. He's being, oh, we're not illuminated, we're not enlightened like the French. Okay? So let us imitate their caution if we want to be screwed, right? He's basically being extremely sarcastic here. We can admire them. We should not follow them into space, the aeronauts of France. He's extremely dismissive and extremely negative about. It's actually pretty hilarious, actually. He's throwing so much shade. So that is the history passage. All right, questions. I actually am curious what Khan Academy says about this. Oh man, as you guys know, I do not agree that you should spend your time this way. I feel like most of my reading could have anticipated most of these questions. There's one thing I guess I would agree with. For me, because I am able to understand everything, I kind of just went almost close to sentence by sentence explanation. But the realistic thing for you guys, for most of you guys, I mean, it depends on some of you. Some of you are really good at reading, but for most of you guys, the realistic thing is not to try to understand every single sentence, but just understand like what the big transitions are. What the big points are. So you should at least know. In this case, Burke, being a good writer, a good classical rhetorician, his 3 paragraphs are pretty much like 3 different points, and so you should be able to summarize them. Like, French Revolution was bad. Its only redeeming qualities are also not very redeeming, and we should not follow their governmental model because our British Constitution and tradition is really good. Those are the 3 paragraphs. As long as you have that, you're good to get started. In this case, I think that you might be so daunted. You might be so daunted by the passage that I wouldn't be totally against you going to the questions first and then looking and like looking for like marking it up so that you can find the answers later. I wouldn't be totally against people doing that. But I just think you should try both ways and see what works for you better, okay? Because it really depends on how confident or not confident you are. The more confident you are, the more you should challenge yourself to just read the thing first without spending time on pre-reading or pre-surveying or all that stuff, okay? The more confident you are, you should just work with the actual reading. All right, here we go. um, Khan Academy right now is sort of ignoring how much sarcasm there is, but I feel like that might be useful to know in advance, right? How sarcastic he is. I feel like on the real SET, you know, even if there's not a direct question about it, like there would be some sort of adjacent question to it. Oh, and earlier I did say, see, instruments, I already know it's tools, the instruments of the people, not the guides of the people. But you can just know from that contrast that guide is the one that sort of is more active and instrument is more passive. You know, whatever the word instrument means. It's an old school usage. We don't. Oh, we do tend to use the word instrument in this way in philosophy, like instrumental to, right? So we use the word instrument in philosophy in this way of being the tool of the people. Um, but you know, we don't. This is more of an older kind of usage of the word, so you should be sensitive to how how words might have different meanings in different times, or like different usages in different times. Mob ruled by clickbait. That's not a bad. That's actually pretty witty. Yo, great summary. Would I do that? Would I do that? If I am lacking confidence, maybe. I would maybe go to 33, 37 and answer those questions if I was lacking confidence. Now, actually, me, no. I'll basically never do that. But if you are somebody who reads this whole paragraph and you're like, oh my God, I just barely got through that, and I'm so already daunted by the next paragraph, you know, do whatever increases your confidence in that moment, because that is the only law of the land uh, when you are in the when you're in the real war, the mental and cognitive psychological war with these questions, right? You just got to do whatever increases your confidence. So if that works, then do it. But the way that you can really experiment before the test to see what really works for you is by trying it different ways. So I would strongly recommend trying reading the whole thing, and seeing how far you can stretch your confidence. Throwing out the baby with the bathwater is actually the perfect is like the perfect metaphor for this situation. Um, if you guys don't know that idiom, you should know. It's like when you are trying to solve a problem, but you end up like irreversibly damaging something even more important. Okay, so you're trying to solve the problem of like dirty bathwater, but you threw out the baby with the water. Okay, so that's that's perfectly what matches this situation. And what's really important that I just want to add, basically, I agree, and I just want to be very clear about this, about how to do this, is when you read a sentence, the temptation that when you don't understand it, for some of you guys, will just be to read the sentence a second time. So far, so good. Read it a second time, that's fine. What you'll notice is No, I want to keep this simple, so let's just move on. Skip the thing I was about to say. But then you'll read it a third time, and sometimes even a fourth time, and sometimes even a fifth time. Because maybe just because you were tired out from the first three passages, so now by the fourth passage, you're just like, oh my God, you're no longer as aware of your time or whatever. That might be the case. Or maybe you're just the kind of person who's a little stubborn about not understanding things. So maybe that'll be the case. But if you're doing that, you're already losing way too much time, because oftentimes the next sentence or next sentence or next, even sometimes the next paragraph will help you with that one sentence that you didn't understand. So just remind yourselves, if I can read it once, I can read it twice, then I'm going to move on. Okay? Twice is fine. Now, I think there is a more intelligent way of doing this, but right now I think I'll skip that comment just to keep things simple. What I was just doing right now is I was looking at in line 56, they, and line 57, they, 58, I mean, and then line 59, there. And I just heard what the Khan Academy said was the antecedent. It said that it was the British people. And I was just double checking. Grammatically, does the word they refer to the British people? And checks out, makes sense. Oh, but actually, I should make a comment about that. So that actually shows that I didn't even fully understand the sentence when I read it. I just moved on. And that's natural. Yeah, kind of snarky, Edmund. That good reaction. That was a good reaction. Uh, Khan Academy was sort of ignoring, not quite ignoring, but wasn't obviously reacting to the sarcasm in the first paragraph. But now they are. That last sentence is so funny. I just want to say that. The aeronauts of France. Yeah. Yo, except for the pre-reading, the surveying stuff, Khan Academy's reading of that was just perfect. It was so good, and that's exactly. I mean, if anything, I think he did it better than I did it, because the way I did it was maybe too like word like sentence for sentence, whereas he was emulating what it's like to you know um, just like kind of get the gist and move on, right? And I think he emphasized that a lot better than I did, which is actually what you do in real time. So props to Khan Academy for that. I think that's actually Sal Khan, uh, who's explaining that. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems like it. So yeah, good, perfect, perfect. Uh, I just would have added a little bit more on that sarcasm at the very beginning. Okay. I'm feeling uncomfortable with some of these, but I would say that none of these are bad per se. Okay, so let's just start there. These are all pretty much obviously right. Okay, you should be looking for positives and negatives. You should be looking for contrast and continuation words, and you should be summarizing up paragraphs in your own words, basically. Okay, that's all fine. Let's start with the first two: positives, negatives, contrast, continuation. My problem with this advice is that it makes kids think less in terms of the structure of the overall argument and more in terms of just random, just words to look for. They're just scanning. So their brains turn off and they become like these search engines. Okay, I know because I used to do the same thing. And I see it. I see kids basically not thinking about, hey, what motivates this person to speak? Why would anybody say something like this? Why would they be upset? But let's actually flesh this out a little bit. Edmund Burke is probably really unsettled. It's really unsettled. It's kind of like, let's say, for example, that you hated President Trump as a president. Maybe you did. Maybe you didn't. Okay, but let's just go with that as an example. Okay. He was a very divisive figure in a uniquely emotional way. A lot of people had very strong emotions about Trump. They were very strongly for him, very strongly against him. I think it's the kind of emotional charge that, like, even Obama, I don't think really hit that level, even though he was well loved and well hated. And Biden is kind of more under the radar, I think, but. With Trump, like imagine if you are in a country next to the United States and you're looking over at the United States and you personally hate Trump, but you're seeing somebody who is like Trump starting to gain some political clout in your country. That, and let's say you're also a prominent figure, and let's say that you are articulate and you are gifted in speech. And that you have people who will listen to your opinion. Wouldn't you go and make a speech? Hey, let's not follow that model, right? If you cared about it, wouldn't you do that? I mean, I think that's basically what Edmund Burke is doing. He cares. He cares. He's not just making fun of the French. He is, but there's a motivation behind that. So that would mean that helps me understand the structure of the paragraphs. Like I know, like obviously my predictions weren't all right all the time, but by thinking in this way, I can keep updating my predictions, and then by the time I end the passage, I have a pretty clear understanding of what the passage was about and how it was structured. So yeah, look for positives, negatives. Yeah, look for contrast and continuation, but more importantly, just keep predicting what the structure will be. Okay. How is this argument structured? Where are the concessions? Are there multiple different arguments or is it just one argument? Are there reasons? Are there evidence? Reasons and evidence are different. If you don't know, you should go look it up. Are there different reasons? Are there evidence? Is there evidence to back up his claims? What is he referring to, right? Find out how those are organized. Number 4, I agree with. just FYI. If you ever feel like you're getting stuck, you're going in circles in the middle of a paragraph, just jump up, jump down. Just skip up and down. Skipping up and down takes you 5 seconds max, right? And losing 5 seconds is totally worth it for that gamble of potentially like fully understanding that paragraph suddenly, okay? Instead of constantly going around in circles in the middle. So do that. Oh, so encouraging. That's nice. I don't know why that came out like a Singaporean ad. So encouraging. But anyway, so that that was a good video. That was a good video. I liked it. Let's go through these questions now, huh? Oh, this marathon, it's grinding down on me. It's 8 o'clock. Let's see. We can probably finish in the next 30 minutes, yeah? I guess. I'm going to go through it fairly quickly, okay? Popular. D seems like it could be like potentially related, but yeah, he's particularly upset with the seeking the approval of the public. Former leaders is a little too oddly specific. Wait, where's the check? Oh, it's together. Why does the format of this keep changing? Okay, but to form a free government. Here, there you go. That supports what I was thinking. In fact, I was actually looking for that. Let's go. I'm correct, right? Yeah. Again, this strategy is a last resort strategy. This is not your main strategy. Your main strategy is finish off the sentence. It can reasonably be inferred from the passage that Burke is particularly upset with the National Assembly's decision too, and it'd be like, overthrow the government, promise freedom, and pander to the people. Okay, something like that. You know, just it doesn't have to be 100% accurate. Just generally just remind yourself of the realm of possibility. Then you go through it. Then, now reasonably inferred from means that you're taking evidence from the whole passage. Like it could be from any part of the passage. So you need to synthesize the whole passage in your head. So this is not something that you can just go back and check before looking at A, B, C, and D. You should go straight into A, B, C, and D after making a prediction. But then you just look at what you can infer, and C is the only one that's there. Once you do that, then you think, oh yeah, seek the approval of the public. I remember where that came out. That came out on the, hang on, let me think. They come on the left of the first column, right? Left side, left middle. So let me show you left middle. Left middle right here. Left top middle-ish, but yeah, this popularity bit, it's all in the left middle. Here, I'll zoom out a little bit so it's a little clearer what I'm talking about. It's over here. Okay, it's in this area. So that's the left middle. It's kind of the beginning, honestly, but whatever, it's good enough, right? You know what I'm talking about. So as soon as you select this, you should already know roughly where you're looking, and then it's this line. Okay. What's Burke's problem? I guess this is valid. This is valid. He is upset. So one thing you could do is, if you don't remember what he's upset by, you can start looking for the areas that he's upset. It's valid. It's just that I would hope that by the time you read this question, you kind of remember the parts where he's upset, because it should be fairly straightforward. So if you don't remember the parts that he's upset, then you're not currently at the level of being a 1600 reader, just because your engagement with the text was not deep enough. I would not do this. Going into the second one, I would just not do it. I think it would take too much time. I would start with C. Okay, I would start with C, and C would light up my map, and then I will go to my map and I will find it, and I double check that it works with C over here, and then I will just choose those two and I will move on. If I'm still feeling a little iffy about it, then I could circle it and I can come back to it later. Oops. Okay, so he's just gonna brute force. Brute force, brute force, brute force. I'm gonna move on. Okay, let's stop this. That's such a good thing to end on. Good luck out there. You got this. I'll probably have to steal that. Guys, good luck out there. You got this. All right, let's keep going. Out there is such an interesting phrase. Good luck out there, right? Out there in the wilderness, where the words, the SAT words, come swarming you, buzzing at you, biting you. Yeah, good luck out there. Words and phrases in context, as used in the first paragraph, instruments most nearly means the tools of the thing that is used by. Okay, I'm done. That was my prediction. Exactly. And I just remembered that sentence. It was instruments of the people, not guides of the people, right? You become flatterers and tools of the people, not the guides of the people, not the leaders of the people. Okay, so he's going through the sort of the parallel structure and the modifiers in this grammatical construct of this sentence, and just explaining to you how to logically deduce, whether it's a positive or a negative idea and stuff like that. That's really good to do. If you're not good at it, you really need to get better at it for the SAT. But I'm gonna skip over that explanation because that's not a test taking strategy. That's a cognitive. It's an actual reading skill. So that's a reading and grammar skill. So that's a different. That's not the focus of these streams right now. Minions is a pretty funny prediction. Yeah. Cool. Perfect. They're used by the people. Okay, yeah. We're good. Yeah, we want the negative choice. Yep. And I don't necessarily go to the plus minus, for these vocab and context, but I just keep that context, that imprint of that original sentence in mind. That they should be the guides of the people, not the instruments of the people, right? That's kind of that's the grammar. That's like the structure of that. I mean, it's a reformulated structure, but it's basically the same words in front and back, right? They should be the guides, not the instruments. Well, they should be the guides, not the representatives. That's weird. That's a weird contrast to make, because representatives, if anything, seem kind of more like leadery. It's very confusing to contrast it that way. They should be the guides, not the tools. That makes a lot better. That makes a much better contrast. Who advocate moderate positions are going to be rejected. Undermined is a little strange. Undermined versus ignored. I feel like ignored is the right word because ignored is more like the opposite of popularity contest. It's the opposite of popular. Okay. Undermined means that someone has to go out of their way to actually undermine them. I think I'm like 80% that this is that virtuous but likely to be ignored. I'm gonna look for evidence for virtuous and we'll look for evidence for ignored. Okay. It's in the bottom left. Soberly, proper, outbid. This is not the same as undermined. Okay, this is more like ignored. Who will produce something much more popular? Suspicions will be raised of his fidelity to his cause. Oh, that's interesting. Suspicion. But where's the brave? Okay, so C doesn't seem correct because of the ignored. So I was 80% on C. Now I'm like 10% on C. Stigmatized. Virtue of cowards. They'll be considered cowards. So they'll actually be attacked. Ooh. Okay. Sensible is the close. Brave is hard to defend. And compromise is the prudence of traitors. He's going to be considered a coward, a traitor. He'll be stigmatized. He'll be suspected. He would be found suspicious. Okay. Okay. Undermined is sensible, is basically neutral enough, and basically, like, obviously Burke agrees with this guy, so it's sensible. We don't have any evidence for brave. There's no direct evidence for brave, so this is going to be correct. I'm like a little tense on this one. I would still say I'm like 90% though. So here we go. 3, 2. I'm a little tense. 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Do you need to rephrase this question? Remember, I don't think you need to rephrase most questions. You just finish the sentence. Yeah, you don't need to. The words here are not that hard. He believes that moderate French leaders would be. He believes that they are sensible, but they're going to be undermined. My prediction was more or less correct, right? It's just that all these words were like kind of close to each other, so I have to work with them a little bit tightly. Yeah, I don't see. That's the thing. Khan Academy can ask this question instantly, right? This to rephrase the question as another question. That you can do that like instantly if you are a teacher and you're thinking about it afterwards and you're recording yourself. You're not under real time constraints. But when you're under real time constraints, even coming up with a question is work. I think it's better to just like go straight for the answer. Just finish the sentence. Burke believes these people are blah, 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 blah. Just finish that sentence. I think doing that would save you like 10 seconds, 5 to 10 seconds for every single question. So I would not, the rip rap, the RIP, rephrase if possible, whatever, I would not follow the rip part of that, generally speaking, unless it's a pretty complicated sounding question. Okay, he's just explaining the logic right now, so that's just a reading skill. It's not a test taking skill. I'm going to keep moving. Nobody trusts them in the National Assembly is what he said. Okay. So actually, I would say something. If I were taking the real test, with my annotation system, I would have put a parentheses around the word brave because I'd be like, that's a little sus, right? But likely to be distrusted, that did have direct evidence. Yeah, I have said this before on a previous question, but instead of crossing out the entire line, I would have crossed out just the word ignored. I would have done a slash over the word ignored so that I can remind myself later on, if I have to correct myself later on, I can remind myself that I need to go back to that word ignored and that because that was a word I rejected. If I cross out the whole thing, first of all, it's physically hard to cross out a whole thing, in a neat way. Also, if I cross out the whole thing and later on I decide that maybe it could still be the right answer, then that's just visually overly stimulating to have that whole thing crossed out, and then I have to cancel my own cross out. It's very confusing. Finally, in the complicated process of going through process elimination for hard questions, sometimes you lose track of your own thoughts. So when you cross out the whole thing, it doesn't show you why you crossed it out in the first place. But if you cross out the words, what was the word here? If you cross out the word ignored, then you can remind yourself, oh, right, because I thought it wasn't ignored because of this and this reason, but now I guess ignored could still kind of work, right? You can kind of give yourself a reminder of why you crossed it out so that you can see if you can uncross it out. Does that make sense? So I wouldn't just strike out the whole line. I would slash out just a specific word that I'm against. That does require some practice, though. It does require some practice. So you can try it once, and if it's really uncomfortable for you, then probably don't use it on the March SAT. I love this question. This is the first question out of all of the passages I've done so far that feels like a genuinely hard in the SAT way, hard question. I shouldn't ever use my imagination. That seems like I know some people say that. My wording for that would be a little bit more like, I should always have evidence for my choices. Okay, you can use your imagination, but your imagination should come from the text. Okay, don't be too creative. See, I mean, okay, I guess, sure, whatever. I don't want to get too nitpicky. Let's go on. As used in the last sentence of the first paragraph, sober most nearly means, reasonable, actually. Let's just double check, because it's not like serious, right? Or rehabilitated. Oh my God, you used to be drunk, but now. No, this is the sober, cool-headed, last sentence, right? Defeat any sober purpose at a appropriate, yes. Correct. This is interesting. He doesn't always do it this way, but he says here, let's cross out this word sober and come up with another phrase. It doesn't always have to be a word or phrase that can fit in here. This is basically what I would tell you to do. I don't necessarily like telling kids to do these things physically, because it does take a little bit of time, and every bit of time counts over when you sum it all up. But for practice sakes, I would. I would ask you to cross out this word and think of some other phrase that could fit in there on your own. Don't just wait for the teacher to tell you what sober means. Like, you should think about it on your own, what sober could be replaced with, and then double check. Yeah. Cool. Good prediction. Let's move on. Okay, yeah. So he's doing that second step that I don't think is actually necessary once you've done the first step. Yeah. He's in that second step of feeding it all back in. I've said this in previous vocab and context questions, but yeah, it's not really necessary. If you did the first one with the imprint of the original sentence in your mind, you should be fine. Okay, here we go. Central claim, last paragraph. British have. Last paragraph. What's the central claim? Oh, the British have a good constitution, and they should just. What does this word "have" mean? Does it mean have to possess, or does this mean Oh, I see. It's like a past participle. Okay, but the British have built a great tradition. Yeah, that makes sense. They have not actually tried. He's recommending that they export it, but that's not the actual focus there. And no, it hasn't been unchanged. There has been reform. All right, we're done. Cool. And just another reminder of the same point that I made, several times over the last couple hours. But guys, you want to be at the place where, yes, just maybe not just like me, but similar to me, you can read the passage once and you can more or less remember it, so that when you look at the questions and answers, you can just select the right answer and move on without having to even without even having to look back at the passage. Now these questions are fairly easy, but on a more typical SAT passage with like 11 questions, I think I get maybe 3 or 4, maybe 5, depends on how hard it is, questions where I answer without even looking back at the passage. So, in basketball, there's the no-look pass. You pass without, or in any sports, in any team ball-oriented sport, there's like the no-look pass, right? Where you pass without looking. This is like the no-look circle, okay? You circle, you're not even looking at the passage, you just circle it. I don't know if circling is the right word. What would no-look fill-in? But that's like such an ugly word. But like this is your no-look fill, okay? Your no-look fill. You fill it in, you move on. You want to be able to get to the place where you can do like no-look fills a couple times per passage. Maybe you don't want to try risking that for the March test, but if you're going to keep trying to improve your score over time, don't, all of you just like stressing out about your process elimination and these stupid annotation tricks, you're wasting your time. Okay, you could actually improve your actual reading. Okay, I'm probably overstating my case a little bit, but I want you to really understand that getting better at the reading doesn't mean just like doing weird little tricks that don't actually improve your reading. You have to improve the reading, okay? You have to improve it so much that eventually you can do no-look fills, that you have a really clear map of the passage, all of that. Yo, this rephrasing is not necessary, man. Just finish that sentence. But this is an awkward sentence. Question stems never do this. SAT question stems never like break in the middle of a verb, of a verb phrase, like have failed, have acted. This is like so unusual. I don't want to say never say never, but it just feels really unusual for me. I think you guys saw my prediction. It was basically like that they have built a good tradition. They have built a good, because have puts us into the past. They have built a good constitution over time or tradition over time. That was my prediction, and that just came from the right side of that passage, the right side middle, the middle of the right side. So I just kind of knew that. And so, yeah, right now, Khan Academy is just double checking that part. So I'm going to skip and go to his prediction. Very cautious change. Cool. Yep. Rephrasing was not necessary. Rephrasing was genuinely not necessary. You can just finish the sentence, okay? Finish the question stem. Predict your own answer. But what he said is that they have introduced cautious change or whatever, right? That's a great prediction, and that will get you the right answer. That's also true. It does make it yours, so that does help, I think. But having that prediction, it gets you to the right answer very quickly, so it saves you a lot of time. It does. Instead of trying to inductively pound through A and B and C and D, just be like, top down, this is what I think the answer is, which one follows it, which one matches it, right? That makes you save so much time. Even if it takes like 10 seconds to like come up with a prediction, it's still so worth it. All right, let's move on. Part-whole relationships. Repair of the building. To make the point, I think this was a metaphor. I'm only slightly confident in this thing, but let me make a quick prediction. He refers to the repair of the building in the last paragraph to make the point that we should continue to improve the Constitution, the British Constitution. We shouldn't just overthrow it. Something like that. Maybe A. Nope. All relevant feels a little off, so I would parenthesize relevant. See, like this all governments, this whole thing, I would parenthesize, it feels a little awkward. D seems the most natural. Let me just go and find that repair the building, which is in the bottom right or top middle right maybe. So let's find this building. So we have this reformations here. This is where the French. Oh, here you go. Okay, it's at the bottom of this. I would not exclude alteration neither, but even when I changed, it should be to preserve. Okay, when you okay, so that's definitely D. Right. As nearly as possible in the style of the building. I'm trying to keep it fundamentally the same. Okay, I'm fixing it, but I'm keeping it the same. All right, in the style of the building, makes sense. And there's that previous sentence just before it that also really helps. It says, even when I changed it, it should still be to preserve it, not to completely change it. Okay, we're trying to preserve the tradition, the system, the house. Again, I find that the rephrasing, again, probably like Sal Khan can do it really quickly because he's a teacher and he's doing it for a video, but I don't know. I just don't know if having that additional step actually saves you any time. This is a side comment, but notice how he wrote the word "why" in the middle of his while he was doing things. I do something similar. Whenever I don't fully understand something, I put a question mark next to it. And the reason I do that is because if I don't put a question mark next to it, then later on when I go on and keep reading and doing the questions, I have this ongoing sort of discomforting, sort of like not painful, but like this sort of like in my chest, this sort of tightness. Like there's something I feel kind of icky about, right, in this passage, but it becomes very nebulous, it's just like wafting over my whole brain, right? I don't want that. When I find something that I don't understand, I don't want it to just like sort of spread its tentacles out everywhere, okay? I just want to know this is the part that I didn't like because I didn't understand it, put a question mark on it, and I contain it. And I move on. And I'll be like, maybe I'll figure it out later, right? I contain it. But if you don't put a question mark next to it, what happens is it just has this insidious little like influence, right? It just sort of pervades the atmosphere and makes you feel overly underconfident. And it just, it damages your confidence so much. So I love that Khan Academy over here, they're showing how you can ask questions to yourself like that. I simplify it even further by not even writing words out. I just put a question mark, okay? Whenever I'm like, I just put a question mark. If that's useful for you, you can try that. Okay, he's going to explanations, and now he's gonna do fix it, don't change it, blend it in. Cool, that's his prediction, good process. And I'm gonna jump through his process of elimination because we don't need to go through that. Unless you really want to know the answer to this one question specifically, but that's not the focus for today. Okay, we're going through the same routine. Let's move on. Greatest respect for the British Constitution and maybe the leaders. Yeah, leaders, not the public, because some of the British voting public actually want to be more like French. So yeah, none of these. Okay, and this is the sarcastic bit. Hang on, where are we? No. Hang on. Leaders of past generations. What? But leaders in the British Constitution is a little bit. My brain is a little mush now, so I'm feeling a little lazy, but it's not British voting public. It's the leaders. You know what it is? I'm being too. You know what? I'm actually doing the thing that I said don't do it. What I'm doing right now is I'm dancing around with the answer choices. I'm not predicting the answer based on the text. So let me go and do that. Okay, let me do the thing that I say that I do. It's you'll find that this probably happens not just to me. I mean, this definitely happens to me, man. But it happens, I think, to everybody. The more tired I get, the less I follow the more my habits break down. Okay, so my habit is breaking down right now. Let me go just back to this question. He displays the greatest respect for which of the following? Now, I'm just thinking of respect. And what does he respect? And I know he respects the Constitution. Cool, but the Constitution doesn't exist in these four. So what else does he respect? Does he respect the leaders? Does he respect the people who are inspired by the French or the leaders of France forward government? No. Or the voting public. So I'm thinking about leaders of past generations and the voting public. Okay, I'm going to look for those two in particular. I'm going to look for evidence. Okay, now I'm over here. I'm going to zoom in to the right side where the respect comes out. And I just want to see if we have leaders. Okay. In what I did, I should follow the example of our ancestors. So this is the part that is close to the ancestors, the former leaders, but we don't have that per se. And then over here, our happy situation owes to the whole of the Constitution, not to just a part of the Constitution, but it owes in great measure, it owes to what we have left standing and our several reviews and reformations added, as well as to what we've altered or super added. So this Constitution is the real focus here. Okay? Of course we can alter, but the reason for the altering should be for preserving. Okay, a great grievance should be leading to remedies in the same way that our ancestors did it. I would make it as nearly as possible in the style of the building. Okay. This is the thing that's closest to the Constitution. I'm uncomfortable with this. But oh my God. Are you serious? Okay, this is not the leaders, right? So employment enough in guarding what they possess from violation. What does the guarding what they possess refer to? Yo, this is such a sticky one. Guarding what they possess. Let me find this. Here we go. owing a great measure to what we have left standing. Okay, our people will find employment enough for a truly patriotic, free, and independent spirit in guarding what they possess. So the thing that's left standing, which is the Constitution. All of these are talking about the Constitution, man. What the heck? Oh, am I missing this? What they have left? Yo, this would be so bad on the real test if this actually happened. He that made them thus fallible, reward them for. Let us imitate their caution. Let us add if we please, but let us preserve what they have left. What does the word "they" refer to? Oh, the forefathers. A politic caution. Whoa, that is actually crazy hard. This is the forefathers. What? Grammatically, that's crazy hard. Okay. So, notice how long that took me? You should never do that. Do as I say, don't do as I do. You should never let yourself spend that much time on a question unless you've already circled it, you did all the other questions, and you came back to it at the end, okay? You should never let yourself do that whenever you're brute forcing yourself from A and B and C and D, and you're just like comparing like that and jumping around from A to B to C to D. When you're doing that, you have to stop yourself and move on to the next question. Wow. Okay, now let's actually double check that I'm actually right, because who knows, maybe I'm wrong. But this "they" refers to here. Actually, let me explain it to you first, and then we can do the little gamble, see if I'm wrong. Okay, so a caution, a circumspection, a timidity were among the ruling principles of our forefathers. Well, now we find out the forefathers. And so here's the failure that happened in my map of the passage, okay? The failure was when I saw the word leaders, I kept looking over here and I kept only finding the Constitution. So I was like, what the hell? I only see the Constitution. I only see the Constitution. I only see the Constitution. See, if I had had a better map, then I would have seen the word leaders, and then I would have been like, oh yeah, at the end of at the bottom of the right side, he talks about forefathers, So if I had a better map from the very get-go, then I would have gone, instead of like spending 2 minutes just dancing around here, I would have gone straight to the bottom and found the forefathers. But for some reason, when I was reading this passage, this long, big paragraph over here on the right side, when I was reading it, I wasn't sensitive to the fact that we were moving from the Constitution talk over here at the beginning to the forefathers talk over here. Okay, for some reason I didn't catch that transition. So therefore, that part in the map, whenever you use a map, a good map has has signposts. If I go left, that goes to California. If I go right, that goes to Nevada, whatever, right? You have to have a signpost. And I failed to signpost this area. So I thought this whole thing was just talking about the Constitution, but in fact, it was not all talking about the Constitution. It started by talking about the Constitution, then it moved to talking about the forefathers. Total miss. And that does actually happen to me sometimes too. So in those cases, you have to just triage and go into an emergency mode, circle it, come back to it later. And so then let me just go through this. Not being illuminated with the French Revolution Enlightenment, these forefathers were acting under a strong impression of the fallibility of mankind. They acknowledged that man is fallible. So if you give them too much freedom and if you just have all these idealism, it will all fall apart because people are not perfect. He that made them thus fallible rewarded them for having in their conduct attended to their nature. So I think he's talking about God maybe, but basically the point is that if you are attending to your nature, your fallible nature, if you are If you are behaving with an awareness of your fallible nature, then you will be rewarded potentially by God, it seems like. So let us imitate the caution of our forefathers, if we wish to deserve their fortune or to retain their bequest. We can add, but let us preserve what they have left us. Okay, so this is all the forefathers. Wow, that was hard. Correct and correct. Jeez. Yep. So Khan Academy says, hey, is it worth predicting? No, we should just go into the answer choices, which again, I understand it's intuitive, but I still think the labor of trying to predict the answer is worth it. And if I had a better map of the passage, here's what I would have predicted. I would have predicted Burke displays the greatest respect for the Constitution and the forefathers who made it. Okay? I would have had the word "and" in between. And then I would have added the forefathers afterwards. But the problem is my map from the get-go was wrong. I thought it was only the Constitution. I completely missed the bottom half of the paragraph. That's why my prediction was going to be off. Okay, that's a good learning point for me now. In the future, when a paragraph is long and and if I can't find a transition, if I didn't notice a transition, I should be very sensitive to finding a transition. Okay, and this is the brute force one, and this is basically what I did too. You know, I looked at A, and I looked at B, I looked at C, I looked at D. I think I saw. I think I actually did A and then B, and then I went to D because I had like a gut feeling when I saw some of those words that it was right. But still, nevertheless, I was basically brute forcing. So this strategy I do not recommend, which is why you must do this after you finish all your other questions. Okay, we're going through I literally just went through the process of elimination, so I'm just gonna skip this bit. Yep, and we're good. Cool. Good luck out there. You've got this. Okay, now we're at question 10. Cool. I think this is the end, right? Yeah. One more. Analyzing the point of view. His attitude toward derisive. My first prediction, derisive. Scornful. Yep. I mean, it's pretty obvious. There's so much sarcasm there. Yeah. I made that prediction. I went right for it. It didn't take me a lot of time. That's how you should be doing it, really. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I actually explicitly said this, but guys, I actually genuinely enjoy some of these old texts, and one of the reasons is because, yeah, sometimes they are funny, or sometimes they're devastating, sometimes they're sad, sometimes they're moving, you know? So just keep an open mind. These people are, just because they're old doesn't mean they aren't people. Yep, that's kind of a lot. He's explaining the answer, so we're going to skip that part. I'm going to go to strategy. Good, good. Yeah, yeah. I don't know about all the pluses and minuses, but you know what? I do remember doing that a long time ago when I was a high schooler, just doing pluses and minuses along the way. Honestly, that's not bad because it's very easy. First of all, it doesn't take a lot of time to do plus and minuses on the side when you're reading. So I do think that's not something I actually do at the moment, but maybe if it helps you, I would actually, yeah, I would try that. You know, as you're reading along, find the pluses, find the positives and negatives, and just put plus and minus along the side in the margins of the reading. The evidence, yeah. A lot of times, a correct answer has evidence from multiple sources. Now, your job is to increase your confidence. Sometimes the first piece of evidence you can find feels like a little iffy. So sometimes you actually need two pieces of evidence for the one answer, right? It kind of depends on you, and also it kind of depends on the question. Kids sometimes have this sort of overly rigid idea that every question, has to have exactly one clear piece of evidence. Yeah, well, with sarcasm, it's not always one clear piece of evidence. Sometimes it's like multiple jibes. Like sometimes, you just poke fun at the guy, or in this case, at the French, multiple times throughout the entire essay. And so by the time we have this one sentence that comes out where we say illumined by the light that the French have or whatever, then by that point, you can finally know that it's 100% sarcastic because you had so many clues beforehand. It's not just one piece of evidence that makes it true, it's the whole sum of it. That is a more sophisticated, higher level reading ability and function. So, if you can't get it, it's all good. You can't fix that in like literally 3 days. But keep in mind that you want to accrue evidence, and you want to accrue evidence over time. And the way to test that you're actually doing that is just see, am I getting more confident over time as I'm reading this, right? So read the blurb first, make some predictions about what this could be about, the way it could be structured, what kind of paragraphs might come first, and then what kind of paragraphs might come later. Do that. And then after you're done with that, after you have a rough sense of what could happen, read it. And as you read it, keep comparing with your simulated version of the passage with the actual passage, and then keep making corrections to your simulation and keep updating your understanding of it. And as you do that, by the end, you will have a much better sense of the attitude, the desire, the motivation, the purpose of this author. Okay, so that's obviously not going to necessarily make you amazing at detecting sarcasm suddenly, starting today. It's not going to be an overnight change, but I do think it will improve your reading slowly over time if you keep practicing it that way. Okay, so now we have just gone over the history passage. I am quite exhausted, so I'm going to attempt to make a fair summary of some of my observations. Okay, I'm going to attempt, but I can't guarantee that I'm going to be totally lucid. Woo! Oh man, let's look at this. First, we don't need to look at this. Let me just go. Cut to the camera. Okay. Oh, wow. So today, hang on. 2 days ago, yesterday and today, we went over a literature passage, a social science passage, and then especially today we went over the science passage and then the history passage. Okay, so we went through all 4 types of passages. Khan Academy says things that are generally just all true, right? I think there's nothing wrong. In fact, I think our points of agreement overlap. I think we 90 or 95% agree on everything. But there is the 5 or 10% where I kind of disagree. And so obviously in a reaction video, when I'm giving commentary, I tend to focus obviously more on the things that stick out to me that I think might be misleading for you guys, right? But overall, if you just go through Khan Academy, you're gonna learn a lot. Okay, you're gonna learn, at least at the bare minimum, you can get a bunch of ideas that you may never have had before. Okay, so that disclaimer aside, let me try to do some justice on some of the on some of the differences between the approach that seems to be recommended, generally speaking, by Khan Academy, and the approach that I think makes some sense because it was born through the fire of actually having to do all of this in 65 minutes. I try not to give any advice that doesn't feel realizable within 65 minutes because I have to actually do it myself. I'm actually going to take the SAT with you guys in like 4 days. So I'm the proof. I am the proof. And again, if you don't know, I had my 800 on the SAT literature like years ago. I had my 800 on the SAT reading back when I was a high schooler. I had multiple 800s on the old SAT from 2011 to 2015 because I was working in Seoul at the time as a tutor, and I would take the SAT. Getting a perfect score on the reading for me is not uncommon. I've probably gotten the SAT, a perfect score on the reading like 10 times now because I've taken the SAT that many times because for my job. So just to put that out of the way. Here's a summary. For me, the survey, highly suspicious of that. I'm not sure you should survey. Okay, the surveying, looking at the questions in advance and then going back to the passage and then marking it up and then like kind of seasoning it beforehand. I think if you are going to do that, you should do it because when you look at the passage, you're just overwhelmed by it. You shouldn't do it for all passages all the time. All passages every single time invariably. You should only do it for the ones you're overwhelmed by. Okay, because that minute or two that minute or so that you're spending just doing that is a minute that you could spend building the connections logically between the paragraphs and between the passages, between the characters, between the arguments. All that you need to have a dense network of all of the connections that are within that passage, and you're losing a whole minute by just like marking up the sides of it, right? That minute is so valuable. So I do not recommend doing it unless you're completely overwhelmed by the passage. Conversely, what you should be doing is when you read the blurb, you should pause and make predictions about the realm of possibility. Like if you were the person that were going to write this passage, how would you write it, right? What would be the first 2 paragraphs be about? Would you make concessions first? Would you talk about experiments first? Would you talk about the background first? Like, what do you think would happen? Okay, just judging by the title, judging by the information that you can infer from the blurb. What do you think you would write, right? Just make a rough projection, okay? You're not going to be right. That's not going to be what the actual passage is structured as, okay? I mean, 1 out of a million maybe. But the more important part is the fact that you're thinking through it, okay? Because then you're going to give yourself the opportunity to be wrong. And when you are wrong, when you make predictions that are wrong, then you give yourself the opportunity then to be surprised. And then when you feel that surprise, then you give yourself the opportunity to remember what the hell the surprise was about. So that when you go to question 13 and you go back to that, and then that question 13 asks about that random sarcastic bit, you're like, oh, right, I was surprised by that because I didn't predict that. So I remember the answer because I was surprised by it, right? You want to predict the passage before you even read the passage. That's super important, because this completely replaces the need, or it completely undoes the need for you to like pre-mark, oh, lines 13 to 16, I have to look for the word shenanigan or something. Like, come on, man. You're not reading for the word shenanigan. You're trying to get the dense and logical network of ideas that are in this passage. Okay, so you wanna have the deep thinking that's necessary to build all those connections. So don't just like waste your time like pre-marking all that stuff if you can avoid it. If you can't avoid it, I'm sorry, but you're just not at the 1600 level. You're not at the 800. You're not at the 800 EBRW level. If you have to always like mark it up on the side. Then one of the other big differences between the Khan Academy approach and what I'm trying to sort of impress on you guys is that you guys really don't need to rephrase the question every single time, but you should. And I strongly agree with Khan Academy on. You should always make a prediction. In fact, I am more insistent on this than Khan Academy itself is, but you should always make a prediction of what the correct answer is. So if there's a question stem, right? Usually it's like a half of a sentence and you need to finish the rest of the sentence. You should just fill it in with your own words. Try to fill it in. You know, it doesn't have to be perfect. It could be, usually, you know, when you're in high school, you know, your word choices are a little awkward. So you're not going to have the perfect word right away, but just have a gut feeling, you know, something that's almost close to words that you could say, right? Like something kind of rough approximation of what the correct answer would be. Say it. Okay, in your head, obviously not out loud, because you're gonna get kicked out, but say it in your head, okay? And if you want to write down some keywords, sure, go ahead and write down some keywords, but it's more important to just have it abstractly verbalized, okay? That's super important. Besides that, then, what else is there? I mean, I think those are two of the major ones that are different. And Khan Academy. I don't know if you guys remember anything. You can like throw it up in the chat. Some other differences between the way Khan Academy recommends you do it and the way I recommend. But Khan Academy takes this approach of like in every single explanation, and they're doing it because they're trying to explain every single answer. But in real test taking conditions, there's one thing that you shouldn't follow from these videos. Bruh, when you read the question and the question stem and you make that prediction, do not go into A and B and C and D and start brute forcing. Oh, is A right? Is B right? Is C right? Is D right? Look, just test your confidence level. I chose B because that's the closest to what I guessed. I am 90% confident. If that's the case, move on. Don't look at A and C and D. I mean, you should look at it, but don't like obsess about the potential passage connections there, okay? Just move on. Oh, I chose B. I'm like 80% on it. Because on A, I feel like there's this thing. But, you know, I put parentheses around it because I'm a little iffy on it, right? Then you should go back and double check the passage references and see if you can do it, okay? But otherwise, move on. Related but different from this is when you read the question stem in Khan Academy, it seems like there's this tendency to just sort of scan, and especially for the first literature passage, it was like a different teacher. It was not the same teacher as the other passages, but for the literature passage, there was a sort of recommendation to keep scanning. But when you read like a keyword in like a question stem, and you go back to the passage and you're like scanning for that word again, you already lost the game, brother. Yo, you lost that battle. Okay, now we have to just like focus on not losing the war. Because when you read that keyword, right, when it says something like attitude or whatever, so he most admires X, right, and then you're looking for most admires, and then you're like, and if you're just going to start scanning the whole passage for the word admire, you've already lost that battle. You need to circle and come back to it later, because what you should have had is a better map of the passage. When you read the whole passage, you should remember which parts this guy was being critical, which parts this guy was being admiring, you know? Was it the top left? Was it the bottom right? Was it the top right? Like, where was it? In this 2-column passage, where exactly on this page was it? You should have a roughly clear, like, obviously you're not gonna know it by line. It's not like line 34, that's crazy. I mean, some people have these amazing memory to be able to do that, but that's extremely rare. Most people, though, if you're a good reader, you can still remember like roughly what area of the page it was at, okay? That is something I call the map of the passage. So then when I read question like 15, it says blah, 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 admire, like to the side, I have this sort of like page, right? And on the page, I can kind of imagine like a little light that's blinking at the part where the admiring comes out. And it's like, oh yeah, that's where I need to look. So then I was like, oh yeah, doesn't he kind of admire like the Constitution or something? And then also later on down further in the paragraph, something about like the forefathers or something like that, right? So then I can just jump to that part that's blinking on my map, and then I can just confirm my gut feeling, and I can go back and answer the question. See, then you don't have to do the scanning anymore, okay? So what I'm saying is if you have to scan, you've already lost that battle. Okay, now the focus is not to lose the war by triaging it, making a guess, moving on. Don't do the freaking ABCD. What's it called? The brute forcing. Okay, don't do that. You're gonna actually lose the war if you do that. Okay, you've already lost the battle. Okay, don't do the brute forcing. Okay, just move on and come back to it later, and then brute force it if you have some extra time. Okay. I think those are the biggest differences. I think those are the biggest differences between what Khan Academy recommends and what I was talking about. Obviously, most of the test taking advice is all real good. And by the way, the explanations and the formatting and everything that they did to make this very clear and understandable, amazing work. And I love the fact that they have like comment threads. Like if you go into any of those lessons at the bottom, you can like chat with other students about it. That's amazing. Yeah, so all of that stuff is super good stuff. It's just that the tips and tricks and strategies, it's just you gotta test it through the crucible of like the 65-minute like stressful burner. You gotta go through that, and you gotta test every single strategy through that crucible. So even everything I say, I have strong opinions about what I think works or whatnot, but everything I say, I'm not going to tell you flat out that with your current habits, at your current level, with your vocabulary level, with your habits, the things that you are used to and not used to, that everything I say is going to be absolutely right for you. You have to find something that increases your confidence like today and increases your confidence tomorrow in a measurable, feelable way, right? So don't just flat out just do what I tell you to, test it, see if it works. So before I wrap up this stream, I just want you guys to reflect on one thing, okay? Think about everything I keep talking about. I've been saying multiple times through my 3 days of commentary on all these 4 practice passages. Think about at least one or two things. Think about just one thing, okay, just to start with. Think about one thing that stuck out to you that you think you might be able to use, okay? Think about how you would test it. Probably you would take a practice passage and then try it somehow, okay? Imagine it clearly. How would you do it? Would you have a timer next to you? What color pencils will you have? What color pens will you have? Try to imagine it. And then do it today. Start it right now. You don't have to do a full like 2-hour test. You can just test it on literally one passage. You could even test it on literally one question, but do it today. Don't push it off. You have only 4 days left. Okay, see what increases your confidence, see what saves you some time, and go with that, okay? All right, I gotta go. It's 9 p.m. I have to go off to my next appointment. If you guys do have any questions, Gregory, thank you for that little comment. I saw it. If you guys do have any questions, let me know. You can let me know by leaving them as comments down below in the YouTube video. Or you could also just, if you're fearless, if you're not feeling awkward about it, you can join us in the Discord. There's not a lot of people in our Discord. It's mostly the kids I teach in Korea. They're all English fluent kids, but yes, the kids I teach in Korea, plus a couple of our new YouTube friends who are just kind of slowly straggling into my Discord, okay? The link to the Discord is down in the description below. You can also join like a vocabulary.com class and a Khan Academy. I don't think they're super useful, but there's something to keep you occupied. A vocabulary.com class and a Khan Academy class where I can assign you like quizzes and stuff like that. Okay, so those are some options for you here. You can, and by the way, in Discord, you can ask me random questions, and I'll just try to be as helpful as possible. My only sort of general expectation is that, people are not just taking, but you're also trying to give. You're trying to help other students learn. And actually, through the experience of teaching, you'll find, or at least giving your advice, you'll find that you're also sharpening your own thoughts. Okay, so welcome to the Discord. You guys are totally welcome to the Discord, and also totally welcome to the comment section below. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably be going over the Khan Academy strategies, so I think that'll be pretty interesting. Hopefully we can go through that pretty quickly and then move on to the writing the day after. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.